Hey everyone, RarityDash here, and welcome to my long-delayed 20,000 subscriber Q&A special. Like my previous 2,000 subscriber Q&A, this video is insanely long. Sorry about that, but there's really no way of doing this and answering all the questions in a short amount of time. To make it easier for everyone involved though, the questions have been grouped together and ordered in what seemed like a logical fashion to me. They have been divided into 4 greater categories, which are in turn divided into subcategories. The categories are the Fandom Experience, which includes questions about my channel, reaction videos, and my take on the MLP fandom, including questions related to shipping. My Little Pony, which contains all other questions about the series itself, the characters, episodes, and even some hypothetical situations related to MLP. Other Media, which includes all questions about the other series I've reacted to, Gravity Falls, Steven Universe, Avatar, as well as questions about gaming, music, and other things I watch. And finally, Personal/Assorted, which are questions about me and questions which are just silly and or stupid. If there are only certain categories which interest you, or if you plan to watch this in multiple sittings and want to know where different parts of it begin, you can find timestamps for every category and subcategory in the description below. Moving on, there was a 3 question per person limit for this Q&A. If you asked more questions than that, I just picked the 3 that I was the most interested in answering. If it seems like certain people had more than 3 questions answered, it's generally because they were clever about it and managed to ask about several things in a single question. Or in very rare cases, they did ask more questions and I just actually really liked all their questions and wanted to answer all of them. The questions have been ordered in a way which I think flows naturally for the video, so don't expect all your questions to be asked at once or even necessarily in the order that you ask them. Anyway, let's just go ahead and begin. First category, the Fandom Experience. First subcategory, my channel/reactions. The first question comes from Aura Equine, and it is, do I think that posting the Q&A announcement video on April Fool's was such a good idea? The answer is very much no. That was a terrible idea, definitely a mistake. I didn't even think about it at the time, but yeah, I definitely should have posted that on another day. Especially since it ended up getting so delayed. If I had gotten it out on time, then I don't think it would have mattered too much, but because it was delayed and didn't materialize for so long, there were people who did come back to the announcement video and wonder, was this all a joke? Did I prank you guys, and was there not going to be a Q&A after all? Which, I wouldn't do that. That isn't something I would ever do, and especially since I think it's a terrible April Fool's prank. Yeah, April Fool's, I disappointed you. That's not a good joke. It's just sad, and I wouldn't do that, and that I even made people think that I do that. I regret that. Next question comes from Lyra Harpist, and it basically amounts to, what is my opinion of all the drama surrounding reaction videos? There's been a lot of criticism of reaction videos, people being down on them, and yeah, the answer is, I think it's all completely overblown and pretty silly. Reaction videos, as I see it, are worthwhile. Now, I do understand why certain content creators might not really like reaction videos or appreciate what they represent, since it is a content that doesn't take effort. That's kind of the appeal, though. It is something that anyone can do, and anyone can just become involved in the process and capture their experience. That's what it's about. It's about a shared experience, about sharing your experience with other fans and just being part of a greater conversation about the things we love. And yeah, I do understand why people might not appreciate it just for the amount of work that does go into it, that there is just, it's such a simple thing. Even just going by my experience on this channel, there is something kind of disheartening about working so hard on the reviews, about pouring hours into those things, manipulating all those images and all those video clips, and then just getting about 3,000 views for it, while my reactions to the same episodes get about 20,000 views. So I feel the same thing that these content creators probably feel about the reaction videos just being so proportionately more successful than they probably should be for the effort that they receive. But at the same time, I watch a lot of reaction videos, and I think they're very entertaining. Seeing people react to the videos, it offers just a whole new perspective. It offers something valuable. Watching a reaction video, I can watch content I love again and feel something akin to watching it for the first time. Just feel this sensation of watching it through someone else's eyes, and that is a very just magical thing to me. And that's what I hope to provide with my channel. That's why I do this, and I'm not going to stop doing it just because some people are getting pissy about it, especially in the MLP fandom. I kind of get it with maybe some of the huge reaction channels, which are just bigger than they should be, but MLP fans doing reaction videos are doing it because they are fans, all of them. We're not doing it to get big and huge on YouTube and get all this ad revenue and all that nonsense. We're doing it because we love this stuff and we want to be a part of a conversation with other fans and just share in this bond of community. And the people who don't get that, they don't seem that big a number. I mean, most of it to me just seems like it's centered around just one bitter, miserable person, and I won't even get into that, but yeah, I really just think that the whole situation has been just thoroughly overblown, and all this drama is really for nothing. Reaction videos, they're gonna stay around, I'm pretty sure about that. Next question comes from Mario Man TJ, and it is, what do I think of the badly placed copyright system? Well, you're kind of answering your own question there, aren't you? Yeah, kind of a bit leading. But you're not wrong. The copyright system is pretty terrible. Now, I do understand that copyright is important. It is something that there needs to be on YouTube. It needs to exist. It needs to be easy for people who own content to be able to stop people who use their content without altering it in any way or just claim it as their own. That is terrible, and people should be able to protect what is theirs. But at the same time, it's just so easy to abuse it. I mean, false flags, false claims. Hasbro will sometimes claim videos on my channel that they have nothing to do with. Fan animations and videos that just feature absolutely no footage from the show, and there's not much I can really do about it. I could fight it, but usually it's not worth it to go through like appeals and all that. I only like to actually appeal claims when videos are blocked. Otherwise, it just doesn't seem worth it to me. And yeah, then there's the thing with YouTube. They sometimes, if you get a strike, will not even bother to file your counterclaim with the company who gave you the strike. And that's just scary that they can just decide arbitrarily that you don't deserve to have your counterclaim filed because, yeah, we think you're not using the system right. And they don't have any proof of that. I literally sent just the same sort of stuff that I always sent for the one I got on RarityDash 2, and then they just said, nope, you don't get to get your claim sent. We're just going to make you wait 6 months. And that's just not right. And it is just this so abusable system that yeah, it definitely needs to be reworked. I understand that it has to be skewed in favor of the companies that own all these things, or not even companies, always people, just the owners of the copyrights. It should be skewed that way, but it shouldn't be so easy for them to abuse it. Because, yeah, the users who are using the site deserve to have what they're doing protected in some fashion. And as it is, it's just so easy for content creators to get hit with this stuff. And I really hope YouTube works on it. The next question comes from several of you: Phase Exponent 3, Midnight Pinky, Silverfire, Mindless Phoenix, and Multi-Lazy-Az. And it is, would I ever consider collaborating with someone on a video? And the answer is, yeah, I'd consider it, though the right offer would have to be made. I'm not going to collab with just anyone. If you have a new small channel or just starting out, chances are I'm probably not going to collab with you, because I wouldn't really get anything out of that. It would basically just be me promoting a smaller channel, and, well, that's fine. It's just not something I'm really in the business of doing right now. And, yeah, just something that probably isn't going to happen. Though if an established channel came to me wanting to do a collab, I would definitely consider it, especially if it was a reactor who I already really was a fan of, and they wanted to do something together. Yeah, I'd be all over that. That'd be pretty cool. Though, that said, I'm not sure collaborative reactions always work. Oftentimes, the reactors will just trip over each other when they talk, or it'll just evolve into them talking to each other and not really watching the video. And yeah, I just don't think it always works, but I'd be willing to try it once or twice with the right person. And when it comes to collab reviews, I'd definitely be up for that, because those do work. Those scripting a review of someone else, that could be pretty cool. I'd definitely like to try that sometime. And yeah, I'd definitely be up for doing that with the right reviewer, and yeah, could be pretty cool. Next question is from Gold Glee Gamer 1, and it is, how long is my waiting list? Well, I don't technically have a waiting list per se, because I don't really do the reactions in the order that they were requested or anything. When people make requests, I put it on the list, and whether I do it or not usually depends on how many other people have requested it. You have to, at this point, you pretty much have to get like a bunch of requests for me to do a video, which is kind of unfortunate. I do miss the days of just 1 or 2 requests being enough, but at this point, there's just limited spaces, and I'm doing so many series that it's rare that the time comes when I have a free day where I can just do something from the list. So yeah, it takes a lot of people for me to do something, with the exception of YouTube poops. Those only take a couple requests still, because I'm pretty good at getting to those. I do them pretty much every week. So that's the easiest thing to get me to do on this channel at the moment. But yeah, as for the list itself, I don't really do a very good job of maintaining it, so I'm not really sure how many pages it physically reaches to at this point. But it's probably about 20. I don't know. I haven't updated it in a while. I kind of hate doing it since it is so long. It's pretty unwieldy. But yeah, it's definitely a long thing. The next question comes from FNAF Brony and Nero of Rome, and it is, what do I use to make my videos? The answer is, basically for the entire process, whether it's a review or a reaction, all I use is 3 programs. They are Audacity for recording all of my audio, GIMP Image Editor for making my thumbnails and editing some images for the reviews, and finally OpenShot Video Editor for putting everything together, all the audio files, video files, and images to make it into one complete reaction or review video. And yeah, that's all I use. Next question is from Aswa, and it is, do you react to channels? And I was somewhat confused by this one, but do you mean if I react to all the content on a channel? Generally not, but I think I have before. I mean, I reacted to pretty much everything on TRY's channel, pretty much everything on Mr. Ponyhater's channel, and yeah, so sometimes that does happen, but generally I just react to certain things from a channel. Next question is from Double Play, and it is, what tips could I give to someone just starting out as a reactor? Well, you gotta get the right content. You gotta get content that people want to see. React to stuff that you see other people are getting lots of views for. But the most important thing is to be engaging, to be likable, to just not be forced. Be yourself. Don't just force comments for the sake of saying something. Just be natural, and just don't try and put on an act for anyone's benefit. Also, make sure that you use every tool that YouTube gives you. Tagging is good. Having a description is good. Titling your videos right is good. Custom thumbnails definitely go a long way. I definitely think that the ones that I make a custom thumbnail for every video, and I think it really is something that is to my benefit. Yeah, you don't really need to overthink presentation or anything. You don't really need to overthink anything. It's a simple thing, making reaction videos. The important thing is just being authentic and doing content that people like and that people want to see people react to. Because they'll come for the content, but they'll stay if they like you. That's the thing with reaction channels, and yeah, that about sums it up. Next question comes from RarityDash Propaganda, and it is, what is my opinion of the League of RarityDash Imposters? yeah, there was this thing where there were lots of people on my channel in the comments who had RarityDash related names, RarityDash Imposter, and all sorts of things like that. The thing is, I don't really think it's much of a thing anymore. Most of them seem to have gone or changed their names to other things, so, yeah, I think it's kind of something that's past at this point. Though, while it was going, I found it pretty amusing. It was this silly thing, and it was kind of fun. I mean, it did kind of seem questionable at times, people posing as me and just sort of saying some questionable things to other commenters, and I think most people caught on that it wasn't me, since imposter was generally right there in the name, but sometimes it kind of seemed like it crossed the line a bit, but most of the time it was just pure amusement, and I did really enjoy it. The next question comes from that Meloetta guy that likes RarityDash, and it is, what do I think of my commenters and the stupid things that they say? Well, I don't think that you guys say too many stupid things. I mean, there's some silliness going on, of course, but generally, yeah, you guys are just nice and supportive people who say some pretty good things and help me when I say something wrong or encourage me, and it's all really supportive and really nice, and I just really appreciate all of you. I really love reading comments. It's one of my favorite parts of this. I know a lot of YouTubers just complain about all these terrible comments they get, but that's not really something I have to worry about most of the time. Most of you are just really cool and really great. Next question from Eddie and Chapdelaine. It is, what motivates me to record all the videos that I do? And the answer is, tied with the last one, all of the support I get, all of the people who watch and comment on my videos, all the likes, everything. That really is what keeps me going, keeps me doing this, and keeps me just wanting to do this. I mean, I started this because I like reaction videos, because I think they're worthwhile. I really like watching them. But what makes me keep doing my own reaction videos is because people like them. People like watching them and want to see them, want me to react to other things. And that just is a powerful motivator. And that will keep me doing videos for a long time, I think. Next question comes from Martin Trejo, and it is, would you ever think to stop YouTube or change my channel to something different, like watching something else? And, yeah, I don't think I'm going to stop YouTube, tying into the question before it again. Because, yeah, I'm motivated to keep doing videos, people are supporting me, people are watching my videos. If they stopped watching, then maybe, but I don't see that happening at this point. Would I change to something else, though? I don't think so. I mean, if the MLP, well, dried up entirely, which I don't see happening, maybe I'd primarily focus on something else, but I'm not going to stop, and I don't think I'm going to change my channel to something else entirely. So yeah. Next question from Kane Marsh. Am I going to do a Season 5 review like I said I would, or am I going to just move on to Season 6? Well, you kind of already got the answer to this one by now, I think, because I have started reviewing Season 6 episodes, and that Season 5 video hasn't materialized. I just don't think the Season 5 video is going to happen at this point. Maybe I'll come back to it, but I think at this point I would sooner just review individual Season 5 episodes if I ever have the inclination to do so, rather than do an overview, because I don't think the overview really turned out that well when I tried to do it before. My script was kind of too much, and it would have been an unwieldy video, and I don't think it would have turned out very well. And I think I'm doing pretty good with individual episodes, so I'd kind of rather that is where I really focus it now. And I think that'll just lead to better things. Next question comes from Beautiful Celestian Face, and it is, who are my favorite reactors? Now, I already answered this question in my first Q&A, and I named quite a few people. Luffy, Nature's Fury, Zeb. All those people are still really good, and you should check them out. But there have been quite a few reactors I've gotten into since then, and I thought I'd mention a few of them, since I don't really get an opportunity to do shout-outs anywhere else, so might as well. One that I'm sure most of you probably know already is Blank Check, or Blank Slate as his channel is called now. He is, yeah, probably the most professional person doing this, and his videos just are quality. I mean, how he adds expressions to his OC throughout the video, that's just a level of commitment that I could never muster up. And it's great. I mean, it really adds something to his video. I wish I could do that, but it drives me crazy just manipulating my OC's expression for the reviews. I can't even imagine doing it for my reactions, all of them, especially since I don't really even like to listen to my reactions back, since, it's just kind of awkward to me. But, just that blank check actually goes through that extra step for every video and does all that. It really speaks volumes to me about how much he cares to present quality content, and it really makes me appreciate him all the more. He's just one of the best doing this. Another I've been enjoying is Ashley H. She only does the episodes, and her videos I think are down at the moment. She hasn't really restored them, though I think she plans to put them back up on her second channel at some point, which will be good. But yeah, she's a very likable reactor, very fun personality, and I just enjoy watching her reactions when she puts them up, and think she's pretty entertaining. Another one is The Flaming Shark. He does a lot of stuff, not just Pony, but like Steven Universe, Gravity Falls, all sorts of stuff. And he's constantly fighting copyright strikes, which means the content comes out pretty slow sometimes. But he's a very entertaining guy who has some rather big reactions to some things, and it's always fun to see what will just set off him on some just emotional outburst or something, because he just has some really big, really amusing reactions, and reacts to a lot of great content. Also liking Potter Brony. He does a lot of stuff, lots of fan works, Abridged Series, which I love, so definitely on board for that. And he started doing Steven Universe recently, which is pretty cool. He does MLP too, and he's a likable guy who, does some pretty good reactions. Brony Burning Axe is pretty good. He's pretty funny guy who does some just pretty good MLP reaction videos. Also, Pie Disliker, I like him. He's a cool guy, really nice guy, and does some pretty good reactions. And finally is someone who I started watching very recently, and that is Atomic Catacombs, who also does some of the editing on Scooter Tricks the Abridged. He also does reaction videos, and he's pretty amusing. He has a fun personality, and he reacts to the episodes and a lot of fan content too, and it's all pretty good stuff, and he probably doesn't have enough subscribers, so definitely go check him out. Next question comes from Dimitri Geed, and it is, why do I seem so much more introverted in my earlier videos? Well, it comes down to a number of factors. One is my microphone quality. I had a much crappier microphone in those days, which didn't pick up my voice as well, so that is part of the problem. Another part is just that I'm a naturally shy person, so when I started doing this, I was just highly uncomfortable. It was awkward to me, and that probably resulted in me talking slower and just with less emphasis and force, and not really having that conviction behind the things I said. And there's also the fact that in the earlier days I was scripting what I said. Not my reactions, mind you. I was still reacting. During the video, I was saying whatever came to me, whatever, just the things off the top of my head. But my introductions, what I said about the videos at the start and at the end, I would write it down before I said it and read it off, and that probably meant there was less energy behind it. Now I just go off the cuff and say whatever I want and don't really worry about that. But in the earlier days, I really had to have a script before me, or else it wasn't going to come out of my mouth. So that's a big change, and it probably makes me seem a lot more natural these days, a lot more free-flowing and not as stiff and probably monotonous. So yeah, there definitely should be a big change from then to now. With all those factors accounted for. The next question is from you two, and it is, what has been my favorite thing to react to so far? The answer is actual MLP episodes. I love doing fan works and the like, but nothing beats actually reacting to the episodes of the show. That's just something special to me, just seeing all of the comments get generated, all the things that people have to say about the episodes, being part of that conversation on the day that it comes out. That's just really, really exciting to me, especially for the big episodes, the big event ones that everyone talks about. Stuff like Crusaders of the Lost Mark, Slice of Life. Reacting to that, it just feels like something special to me. And that is my favorite. Those are my favorite moments on the channel. Next question from Ali the Ocelot, and it is, what do you do if someone hates on your channel? How do you react to the haters? Well, I don't get too many haters, and when I do, I mostly just ignore them or make fun of them on Twitter, which I think a lot of you have seen that if you follow me on Twitter. I'll sometimes get a stupid comment and I'll put it up there and say something flippant about it. And yeah, I'm not going to engage with the haters, and I'm certainly not going to let them get me down, because that's the last thing you do. If you actually let it get to you, then you fail. Then YouTube's not for you. You have to just sort of take whatever comes your way, and yeah, I'm usually pretty good at that, so I think I'm pretty safe. Next question is from Matt MC123, and it is there anything I regret watching on my channel? And there isn't a whole lot, but one thing that does come to mind is that one storm analysis video that I included in my 20 short videos reaction. And that's because it forced me to take the entire reaction down, because the person who made that video started throwing around copyright strikes and I didn't want to get one, so just to protect myself, I had to take down a video full of other reactions to other videos, some of which were pretty good, and yeah, I think I should restore it now, actually. I probably can just cut that video out and put it back up, but just because it forced me to do that, I regret including it in the first place, though I didn't know at the time. As for stuff that I ended up not liking that I reacted to, well, I still think it's worthwhile to react to it, especially if it's something that people do have opinions about, things that people are invested in, because I think perspective is important, and providing a perspective, even if it's not an entirely positive one, I think can be a good thing. So, yeah, I don't regret anything that I haven't liked reacting to it. Next question is from Beautiful Celestian Face, and it is, how many subscribers do I expect to have by the end of 2016? Well, I think I'll have 25,000 before then. Probably not by the end of the summer, but going into the fall, I'll probably get 25,000. But I don't think I'll have 30,000 by the end of the year. That would surprise me. So between 25 and 30,000, maybe 26, 27,000, somewhere in there. Next question is from Rubaboo, and it is, do I want to expand my channel and start doing more things other than reacting? And the answer is definitely. That was a lot of the intention behind doing reviews, starting to do more reviews, which is something I've been doing a lot of lately. I definitely want to do more than reacting, because I do like reacting. I think it's worthwhile, and I don't mind that that's what I'm mostly known for, but at the same time, I'm a creative and intelligent person, or I like to think that I am, so limiting my output to just these videos that are so simple to make, it does seem like I'm not really applying myself, and that does start to bug me a little with how the channel is growing. So I definitely want to put more things out there and do more than just react, just because I feel like I should. And reviews is the start of that. I might do other things. I don't really know what I could do. I don't know what I'm good enough to do in terms of video editing. I'm not the best editor, and I'm also not the best at speaking or doing any kind of voice stuff, so not really sure what I could do, but I'm definitely looking for ways to expand the channel and do different things. I think that could be, that could only be good moving forward. Next question is from Alexander Wolford, and it is, do I think if I get more subscribers, I'll get more well-known in the fandom and maybe even be invited to react in Bronies React? Well, definitely yes to the first part. If I get more subscribers, I'll get more well-known. That's kind of how that works. As for the second part, I don't know. I don't know if that will actually happen. I mean, if they invited me, I'd be all for it. And I guess we have had people get on there for just doing reactions before, Jack T. Herbert and Ratchetness. But whether or not it'll be me, I don't know. I'm really not sure. Not really sure who makes that decision or if they'd even consider me, but if they did, it'd be pretty cool. Next question is from Mindless Phoenix, and it is, do I think I'll ever react to an actual anime series on the channel? Well, I don't know. I mean, I could use redirects to just sort of get rid of the worries about copyright, which I do have there, but it would have to be the right anime series, something I really want to see, and which I'm also sure that people would be interested in watching me react to. And I'm not really sure what there is at this point that would meet both of those criteria. So it's possible I might do an anime, but at the moment I think mostly what's going to appear on my channel is Western cartoons, cartoons that aren't anime, that kind of thing, because I think there's more of an interest there, and less of a risk generally. Though I mean redirects, anime could be made a bit more risk-free. So we'll see, but at the moment, probably not going to happen for a while. Next question is from Alpha Hybrid, and it is, do I plan to do a blind commentary to other shows? And the answer is definitely yes there. I'm going to keep doing commentaries to all sorts of shows, though generally it's going to be just one at a time. Just one on Saturdays, Steven Universe now, something else after that, something else after that, and I'll keep going doing all sorts of shows, though I do want the channel to mostly be fan videos and other little videos and things. So I don't want to do just all sorts of shows all at once, but there will be at least one show on Saturday always, I think, from here on. Next question is from Terrawind, and it is, do I plan on doing any gaming videos again? And the answer is maybe. Gaming videos was something I tried before to diversify my content, and I'm not sure it really worked entirely as intended, because they weren't really my most popular videos. They were not really highly watched, and they gave me a lot of trouble. There were always technical difficulties. The videos would lose footage or lose audio or just give me headaches, and the render times were so high, and it was just frustrating. I probably would have continued Equestria Bound if the strike mess didn't happen last year, but because it did, that just sort of cut me off, and it just sort of had me reconsider everything. And I don't know if it's going to happen at this point. Maybe I'll give it another try. Though I think there will still be some gaming videos in the future. I definitely want to do when the next case for My Little Investigations comes out, and there are certain types of games that I think might work better. I think it was fine when I did Flash games that one time, and I might want to do some other games in that vein, maybe some of those really weird ones that Vanamelon played or something like that. And there are other things that I do want to try. I do still want to do a, going into non-pony related stuff, I do want to do a Persona 5 Let's Play when that comes out. Which is outside the sort of content I'm currently doing, but it's definitely something I want to do, though that won't be until February of next year, since, that game keeps getting pushed back. I'm also kind of considering maybe playing Steven Universe Attack the Light. Looks pretty interesting to me, so I'm thinking about that, though we'll see. And, yeah, I might do a pony game again eventually. At this point, I don't know. And I'm also going to consider doing video game streams. I mentioned that before in an update one time that I was going to try doing that, but the game that I was going to stream, it was unstreamable. The share functions on it were blocked, so I couldn't do it. But I do want to try that. I just haven't yet because, well, for the past several months, like 4 months now, I've been playing Fire Emblem Fates, which is on 3DS, so I couldn't have streamed that if I wanted to. And it probably would have been pretty dull if I had streamed it, because it's a lot of repetitive stuff in there, and me trying the same battles over again, and all that, and it probably wouldn't have worked very well for entertaining you guys, but I've been having a lot of fun with it. But yeah, I do want to bring gaming stuff back in some capacity, though I don't know if it'll be quite what I was doing before. Next question from Kyrie Salford. Will I be doing any more My Little Karaoke? Do people really want to see that? Those are, yeah, probably the most embarrassing videos on this channel, and I suppose I can see why people want to see it. I mean, it's probably pretty funny for you guys, but I mean, it's kind of something that I don't really know how to feel about it actually being on my channel where people can watch it. So, yeah, maybe I'll do another one. I mean, it is kind of fun. I can see why it would be fun, and I had fun doing it, actually playing the game, singing the songs. It's kind of fun, even if I do know it's terrible, but yeah, I could see me doing more. Maybe I'll do it again for a special sometime, if people really want that. Next question from Sake221. Is the Portal Let's Play that I mentioned before going to happen sometime? Yeah, I mentioned this a few times, I think, in the early days. I have a copy of Portal, and I've never played it before, so yeah, Portal Let's Play is still something that could happen. I still haven't played the game. I probably should. I mean, it's a game that pretty much everyone has played, this real classic, and I haven't played it, so definitely probably something I should do. I just haven't got around to it yet, and if I do play it, I definitely will Let's Play it. And finally, for this subcategory, we have two closely related questions. Why do I watch other things rather than MLP when my OC is a pony, from Micah Lehman? And what inspired me to watch other cartoons as a brony, from Heckman29? Now, both of these questions are kind of odd to me because it's stuff that I wouldn't even think was really worth commenting on. I watch other cartoons as a brony because I've always watched cartoons. I've always really loved cartoons, and because I love one cartoon, I don't really see why that would preclude me from watching other cartoons. Why I started to react to other cartoons was to diversify my channel, because, yeah, I wanted to do more than just the sort of reactions I was doing already, and what really started it was just wanting to do Avatar. I watched the last 2 seasons of Korra, really, really adored it, and I wanted to check out Avatar, and I thought it'd probably be a good thing to react to. As for why my OC is a pony while I react to other things, it's because this is still primarily a pony channel. My name is derived from 2 ponies, and that's mostly what I do on the channel, so that's what I want to brand my channel with. What I want to have on all my videos is my pony character, my mascot, and yeah, I don't really see a problem with that. I mean, does it really bug people that I have a pony on videos that aren't pony related? Maybe it does, I don't know. I guess I could instead have like my character drawn in the style of other cartoons on there or something, but I don't know, I don't really see the point. I don't think it's really that big a deal. It's a pony. It doesn't really hurt anything. Next subcategory is me as a fan. These are questions related to my take on the MLP fandom in general. First question is from Joshua Kyle Isidro, and it is, how did I get to the fandom? Well, in the first Q&A, I answered the question of how I became a fan, how I discovered the show, and all that. And if you don't recall, it's basically just a case of a friend of mine got into it and said I should watch it, and then I did, and then I enjoyed it. But how I got involved in the fandom? Well, it's a bit of a different story. I wrote some fanfics. That was the first thing I did after I watched Season 1, and I wrote a series of 3 fanfics, and I posted them on DeviantArt at first. I don't really have a DeviantArt anymore, but I did at the time, and well, not one that I actively maintain. You could probably dig it up, but yeah, I posted those, and that was my first taste of fan activity. But just writing stories and having people read them, that wasn't quite enough for me, so I sought out a fan community, a forum, and the one I chose was Canterlot.com, and that was my window into the fandom for like years. That was my place where I touched with other fans of the show and interacted with them, and I still frequent that site. It's still my home for pony stuff, aside from YouTube at this point. But yeah, that's my longest home for pony stuff and where I met my best friends in the community and people who I really care about and love, and it's a great site. I mean, it's a smaller pony site. It's not like MLP forums, which is the most popular one, but it's only got like not nearly as many users, and it's not quite as active, but it's a close-knit and friendly place, and I'm actually a moderator on the site, so if you do decide to check it out, it's a pretty cool site, and I do encourage that, but know that you better behave, or it might be me doing something about it. And yeah, the site is basically for a lot of, one of the things that it focuses on is on MLP roleplay, which is what I did for a long time, and I still do, though not as frequently anymore. And I was involved in that, and that was actually how I made my OC. She was a roleplay character that I made for that site, and yeah, that was basically my first taste of fandom and fan community, and where I was introduced to all sorts of certain things involving the fandom, though it's also why I didn't really know about a lot of stuff or see a lot of fan-made content until I got to YouTube, because it was a small community where a lot of stuff went by without us even noticing, and we were more concerned about the characters and role-playing and all that stuff than we were about all the latest videos and stuff, so it was probably a bit of a different experience from a lot of experiences that people have. But yeah, that's how I got into it, and then eventually I discovered reaction videos and decided to give YouTube a try, and that's when I got more immersed in it. Next question is from Rolex Lopez MC, and it is, did I like anything pony related before becoming a brony? And the answer there is pretty much no. I mean, I liked ponies fine, like just in general. I mean, nothing against like horses or anything, but My Little Pony stuff, didn't really have an exposure to it. I'm not really old enough to remember G1 when it was on, and G3, I have a little sister, but she's not that young, so it wasn't really something that I was ever exposed to, and yeah, I just never saw any of this stuff. I saw some of the toys. My sister did have some of those, but that's about it, and I didn't really have a positive or negative association with the toys. I thought they were kind of cute, but I didn't really think much of them. They were just something for girls, and I didn't really think anything about it. Next question is from Kutsofun, and it is, what was my nickname before RarityDash? And I was unsure if I was going to answer this one, but since I gave the Canterlot story, might as well, since you could probably look it up at this point. And yeah, it was Phil the Time Wizard, which, yeah, Phil isn't my real name. It's just this silly name that I came up with based on an in-joke with some people that I don't even really talk to anymore. So it's kind of this passe name. It was at the time even that I started using RarityDash, so I was kind of eager to get away from it, and yeah, it was just this silly thing to begin with. But yeah, what happened is that on Canterlot, my name was just suddenly changed to RariDash by the admin because they were having fun, and because I am one to go on about how much I love my ship. They just thought that would be funny, and it kind of stuck. But when I started the YouTube channel, I didn't want to just be RariDash, just the ship name, so I lengthened it out to RarityDash just to make it a bit more distinct. Though, I mean, it's still basically the same idea. So yeah, not really sure that makes it much better or anything. Next question is from Jaquan14, and it is, will I ever write any MLP-based fanfic? And as I said, I already have. And now that you know my old username, you can probably find my FemFiction account and look at them. I wrote 3 of them. They were all shipping fics. One is RariDash, one is Twilight and Pinky, and then the last is Appleshy. And they're okay. I mean, 2 out of 3 were featured on Equestria Daily back in the day, but they're short, simple ship fics that don't really have much ambition or anything like that. So go check them out if you want, but they're not really great. Don't expect like any kind of masterwork. I think I could do much better at this point, though. Will I write anything else in the future? I don't know. I might. I'm kind of at this point, I want to write like stuff that isn't about ponies, because I do write. I write a lot, and I like writing short stories and stuff, but I want to write my own stuff and not really write fan fiction anymore. I'm kind of past the fan fiction point in my life. So, yeah, I don't know if I'll return to it. I guess I could. Maybe I could do something cool. I was kind of inspired recently by The Star in Yellow. I thought that was a pretty impressive fanfic that really made a case for fanfic as a medium. So maybe I'd consider it. We'll see. I don't know. Next question is from PhaseXPone3, and it is, did I make my OC myself, or did someone else make it? And as I said, it was made as a roleplay character for Counterlot, and I definitely designed her myself, though I think the artist of the first picture that she got the first time that an artist drew her, which was by someone called Purplebird on the site, they really helped bring the design to life. They added the shades, which are a big trademark of her, and really just gave me an idea of what the character looked like more than I had before, just from the physical description that I had of her. So I have to give part credit to that person, though, yeah, mostly I designed her myself. Next question is from Marion Chewing, and it is, how did I decide to make my mascot avatar for YouTube? And yeah, she wasn't made for YouTube, as I just said. She was made for a roleplay site. And basically what led to me making this particular character, Serendipity, was just, it was after It's About Time hit, and we got the whole idea of Las Pegasus introduced. I mean, it was just mentioned, but the idea of a pony take on Las Vegas, it was just kind of a fun thing to add to the world to me, and I decided to make a character just to sort of reflect it, and she kind of was based in there in the whole glamorous casino pony idea and all that. Yeah, I just wanted to have this sort of character that just fit all that, and I'm not entirely sure what influenced me exactly. It's been quite some time, like years now, and don't know exactly what formed the foundation of her character beyond just the idea of Las Pegasus, but there were some other things, I think, and basically it all just coalesced until I had this just upbeat, cheerful character who was pretty fun. And as for why I used her for YouTube, well, that's because I just liked the art I had of her. I have a lot of OCs on Counterlot, a lot of characters I roleplayed as, and I just picked her because the art seemed the best for it. When I made my Rainbow Rocks video, I just thought, well, that was probably the one to use. Of all my OCs, that was the one that seemed to fit the best there, just because the look she had on her face, looking over her sunglasses and just staring and all that, it seemed to fit with the idea of reacting and watching videos, and she looked good. She seemed like she would do the part of just filling that white space and representing the channel, and it just stuck. Next question is from three of you, Jahajaledo, A Swift, and Alpha Hybrid, and it is, do my family know that I'm into MLP, and if so, how did I tell them? Well, I didn't really tell them, but they do know. I mean, I just sort of was a fan and put ponies in my room and all that, and it just sort of was just a thing I became into. I mean, I don't really talk to them about my interests very much. I mean, beyond, like, shared stuff that I know they're interested in too. I don't really make a big deal of it. I just, when the ponies came up, it just sort of, yeah, it's just another thing I'm into, like anime or anything else that they don't maybe understand. My sister was a fan of MLP at one point, though she's not really much anymore. She kind of is a lapsed fan who just moved on to other things. But, so yeah, there's that. And parents, well, yeah, just, they're not going to care. I'm an adult, so not really a big deal whatever I'm into, as long as it's not anything, like, illegal. Next question is from Forest6, and it is, have my friends ever made fun of me or joked about me liking MLP? And, yeah, not really. Can't really think so. Most of the people I talk to these days like it too, so, yeah, not really ever something that's happened too much. Next question is from Kutsafun and Fox Soup, and it is, what pony merch do I have? And, yeah, I have quite a bit. You'll be seeing pictures of it on the screen now, but what I have is plushes of Rarity and Rainbow Dash that are the 40E plushes, and a Build-A-Bear plush of Celestia and one of Rarity, and also some of the Funko figures, Celestia, Rarity, and Mod. A bunch of the minis, the first few waves of them, when they released the actual sets of like 3. And then the first wave of Equestria Girls minis, which are really cute and look great. And yeah, I also have some comics, a big stack of them, and the Elements of Harmony book that was released a while back, the guidebook one. And yeah, that's about it. Next question is from Sage's 6th Best Pony, and it is, am I going to be going to any MLP cons this year? The answer, unfortunately, is no. I have no plans at this moment to go to any MLP conventions. Next question is from Tara Wind, and it is, have I ever been to BronyCon or any conventions? Well, I've never been to BronyCon or any MLP conventions. I have been to anime conventions, though, like a few of them, like 3 or 4, though it's been a while. I do hope to eventually maybe go to an MLP convention, but yeah, don't know if it'll happen. Hopefully, eventually. At this point, maybe I could even be on a panel or something. I don't know. That would be weird. But yeah, haven't been to one, though I would like to. Next question is from Michael Lehman, and it is, why have I stayed in the MLP fandom? Well, because the show is still good. I mean, even if it stopped being good, I think I would still, on some level, be a fan, but it's been really good, and it's been getting better, and it's just been so enjoyable that I don't really know why I'd leave. Why would I just stop being a fan when I'm enjoying the thing that I'm a fan of so much? I mean, the fandom itself, it can be kind of weird sometimes, I will admit that, but it's not going to stop me from being a fan of the show, and the show is good, so I'm going to be a fan of it. And the final question of this particular subcategory is from Hipster Egg, and it is, what do I think will happen to the MLP fandom when MLP ends? Well, I don't think MLP is going to end, ever, because My Little Pony as a brand has remained relevant for 30 years, and over that now, I think. I forget exactly when the show and everything first came out, but it's been over 30 years, I'm pretty sure. And something that relevant to the culture, that with that much longevity, it's not going to just go away and become something that Hasbro doesn't want to continue producing. They're going to want to keep it going, keep selling the toys to little girls. They're going to want to have a vehicle to sell the toys, and that's going to mean they're going to keep producing animations and the like. And even if G4 ends, there's going to be a G5, and I don't see why they would change the formula in such a way that they would lose the fandom. The fandom is making them so much money, and it's money that they didn't have before from the brand, so they're going to want to stick to the formula and make something that people will enjoy. And as I see it, that's going to mean that even if we do see the end of this generation, the next generation should be something that the fandom will still, on some level, enjoy, or a portion of the fandom will, on some level, enjoy. There will be people who do leave, there will be people who jump ship when things change, there always are, but I think the fandom will continue on, and it will still be something that's around going forward, and I don't think that's going to change because of anything ending. The next subcategory is fan-made content, and the first question in this subcategory is from Chronix Wolf and Dayan Rodriguez, and it is, what is my favorite MLP fan-made song? And yeah, the answer is that I don't really listen to a lot of fan music, just because most of it really isn't to my taste. There's a lot of stuff that I don't really quite get, lots of electronic music and dubstep and things that I just have no interest in, but there are exceptions out there, obviously, and the obvious thing for me is Ponyphonic's Lullaby for a Princess. Even before the animation or animatic came out, I loved that song. I knew that song, and it's always been a favorite. So that's the obvious answer, and really the thing that comes to mind after that is the stuff that Sherlock Pones did with for Friendship is Witchcraft. And my favorite there would probably be It'll Be Okay, the song from episode 8. Even though it's kind of messed up, it's just such a fun song. It's such a cool song level, the guitar solo and everything in there. And it's just, it never gets tired for me. That's just a great song. The next question is from Dan Rodriguez, and it is, what is my favorite MLP fandom animation? And, yeah, I think I gotta go with Lullaby for a Princess by Warp Out. It's just so beautiful. It's this piece of art, and I don't think any other animation that I've seen really touches it in terms of overall quality and just sheer wow factor. It's just this remarkable thing, and yeah, nothing else really comes close to me. Next question is from Final Step, and it is, what is my favorite fanfic? Well, I don't really read a lot of fan fiction, and nothing against it, but when I read, I prefer to read just actual books and short stories and stuff. Just like I don't really want to write fan fiction much, I'd rather write my own original stuff. Same thing with reading. I don't really care to read much derivative work. But I know there are good fanfics out there. You have to really sift through lots of stuff to find them, and I don't know. I just haven't really found too many that I love. Though I was exposed to quite a few for Rainbow Dash Presents that I thought were pretty cool. I mean, some of the stuff there was pretty bad, like Bubbles, Rainbow Factory, and My Little Dashie. But yeah, a lot of those were really good. Honey Nightmare, Bittersweet, and the most recent one, The Star in Yellow, that was a big one. That would probably be my answer to this question at the moment. That is probably the best MLP fanfic that I've read so far. And yeah, that was just a few weeks ago, so I probably just haven't explored them thoroughly enough. There is probably stuff out there that I would really like. I just need to find it, I guess. Next question is from Dean Ambrose and Comb, and it is, what are my favorite clop fics? Yeah. As I said, I don't really read much fan fiction, period, so one thing I'm definitely not reading is clop fiction, the erotic MLP fanfics, because, yeah, I don't really see much point to it. Don't really get the whole erotic fiction in general much. I mean, maybe it can be pretty good sometimes, but for me, I think like an image or a video is a lot more effective for that sort of thing, so yeah, not really looking for something I have to read for that. I don't know. And yeah, and especially since it's pony stuff, if there's still ponies, it's really not going to be for me anyway. I mean, humanized stuff of the characters, maybe, but in general, the actual real clop stuff, no, it's not going to work for me, so I don't really like any of it. Though, no offense to anyone who does. Whatever you like is fine. Next question is from Another Gaze, and it is, who would be my favorite artist in the fandom? Well, there are a lot of good ones out there. I like most of the big, famous ones that most people know. I also like some that do stuff that is especially relevant to my interests. RarityDash Doodles, Mr. Davey, who not only did the Smile HD video and those other ones, but also did a series of RarityDash GIFs that are really cute. My absolute favorite artist in the fandom, though, is probably Brian Blackberry, who is famous for his pinup drawings. And the big reason for that is not just because his art is really cool, but because he's actually a friend of mine from Counterlot, who I've known for years now, and is just a really nice guy and really pretty awesome. And this picture, if you've ever seen it, the one on the screen now, this was actually drawn because of me, which, yeah, you could probably see how that went, but yeah, I really appreciate that, and I just really like his stuff, and he's really cool. Next question from Multilaziaz. What are my thoughts on DeviantArt? Well, as I said earlier, I used to use the site, and it was fine. I mean, not really my favorite site in terms of how it's laid out, but it works for what it does. It's a good platform for artists of all sorts, and easy to use, and yeah, it's a fine site. I mean, there's some weird stuff on there, but there's weird stuff on most sites, so not gonna judge it for that, really. Don't really use it anymore because they're just easier places to go, I think. But yeah, nothing against it. Next question is from Inder Haratz, and it is, what are my thoughts on Rule 34? Well, I think I kind of already explained that as far as the pony stuff goes. Not really super into it most of the time, but if it's humanized stuff or partially humanized stuff, maybe. But just in general, on Rule 34, it's just something that's going to happen. You can't really help it. You can't really do anything about it. If there are characters that people feel an attachment to, they're going to draw porn of it, and it's just a fact of life, so whatever. And it's not like they're really hurting anything, so I don't know. I mean, yeah, children could be exposed to it, which isn't a good thing, and efforts should be gone through to keep it within the spaces where it would be appreciated, and not entering into spaces where it would filter out and be seen by people who don't want to see it. But just in general, Rule 34 is going to happen, and I don't really see anything wrong with it. Next question is from Joshua Kyle Isidru, and it is, what memes from the fandom stand out to me? Well, memes, I actually get pretty tired of a lot of the memes, at least to some extent. Some of them just wear on me pretty quickly, but some that don't are the Twyla Cane. I mean, I know in a lot of people it does, but for me, I just think the thing is adorable, and whenever it pops up in something, it just makes me smile. So when it pops up in a newer episode, like it has a few times in Season 6, I just think that's kind of fun. And, well, I guess pretty much everything Darpy related I seem to like. Lyra, I don't know, not really sure I entirely get the whole human hand thing. I kind of just appreciate more her and Bon Bon. But Darpy, most everything there seems to work for me. It's just really cute, and I like the fandom's version of Darpy, which has slowly started to creep into the actual show. I mean, we even had her in the male uniform, so yeah, I think everything with Darpy is pretty cute there. Next question is from Multilaziaz, and it is, have I ever seen any YouTube poops of My Little Pony? Nope, never. Never seen any My Little Pony YouTube poops. Certainly not any with, like, Twilight Sparkle, Filleting, Sunset Shimmer's foot. Never seen that. Never, never, never. Next question is from Tridani and Jahad Jaledo, and it is, what is my favorite MLP YouTube poop? Well, that's a good question. I think I would say that it's still not even one of the ones that I've reacted to, but rather one of the ones that I saw before I started doing reactions. One of Daikaik's Friendship is Gick series, to be specific. And probably the second one, the Pinkie Pie one with that weird title, which I'm not going to try to say because I'll just butcher it, but it's really hard to beat a YTP that brings us this line.
I'll make love to Rainbow Dash!
So, yeah, that just wins for me. And I mean, that's not the only thing. It's a really funny video with a lot of good parts. Love how he just absolutely destroys the Brony hater and all that. And just everything with the Diamond Dogs. It's just absolutely hilarious. It's like the perfect YTP in terms of like sentence mixing. And it's just a delight every time I see it. So, gotta go with that one. Though really all of the Daikaik Friendship is Gick or otherwise are really good. So, yeah, can't go wrong with that stuff. Next question comes from Mindless Phoenix, and it is, what are my favorite types of pony videos? PMVs, animations, YTPs, things like that. Well, I do really like the YTPs. I'm big on like absurdism and surrealism and all that weird stuff, and YTPs usually always provide that just sense of what the hell is this, what is going on, and yeah, it's always a lot of fun for me watching those sorts of videos. That said, a good animation is something I'll remember a lot more so than a good YTP. They just stand out a bit more for me, and I really do like the animations a lot when I do them. PMVs, they can be really, really good, but they're not actually one of my favorite types of content, really. If they are really excellent, that's one thing, but most of the time, I don't end up remembering them very well, but yeah, they're still fun when I do them, though I don't really do them as often. Next question is from Ali the Ocelot, and it is, what is my favorite fan-made series? And I'm not entirely sure what the intention is here, but the two examples given are both the Abridged Series, so I don't know if we're just asking about Abridged Series or just any kind of fan-made series, but regardless, I think it would be an Abridged Series, and probably at this point, Ultra Fast Pony. I think Friendship is Witchcraft was my traditional answer, and it is overall a higher quality, I would say. I mean, obviously so. The quality there, it's a big difference in terms of editing and just everything that went into it, but Ultra Fast Pony just has so many more episodes to enjoy, and just it's so long running and so just hilarious at every aspect. I mean, just brilliant comic writing and these characters that are so much fun. And I mean, it's something that has been around since my second video, so I just feel an attachment to it. It just feels personal to me, and that adds something there, I think. Next question is from Deltoid Dragon Nova, and it is, have I watched Mindless Gonzo? Well, yeah, I did some reactions to his stuff, the Little Miss Rarity and Molestia videos, which I didn't finish the Molestia videos, might have to sometime, but yeah, I've seen those at least. I haven't seen like all his stuff or anything, but yeah, that's at least something. Next question is from Kate's Fantasies, and it is, what is my favorite Celestia-related fan video? And, well, I already gave my favorite fan animation, and it was Celestia-related, so I think this has to be that, and it is. Lullaby for a Princess is definitely my favorite video with Celestia. It's just better than anything else. Though a good runner-up, a good second-place Celestia video for me is Princess Celestia Being Deep by Imatoon Link. That is just a fun video, just a delightful video, and it's actually the answer to the next question, which is from Random Pool Guy, and it is, what is my go-to video when I feel depressed? Yeah, Princess Celestia Being Deep. It's just so wonderfully silly and just so much fun that I can watch it and I'll just instantly start to smile. It is just a powerful video just for how much pure joy it conveys, and yeah, just the music and everything about it, the expressions, the way she's animated, it's just perfect. And yeah, really love that video. Next question is from Ali the Ocelot, and it is, what do I think of Double Rainboom? Well, that's a pretty good question. I've talked about Snowdrop a number of times, and how I'm not really a fan of it, but Double Rainboom is one that I haven't really said much about. And it's another thing that I saw before I had my channel, so I never got a chance to react to it or anything. But I would say that when it comes to Double Rainboom, yeah, it's okay. I'm a lot nicer about it than a lot of people, I think, because a lot of people seem to be harsher on that than they are on Snowdrop. But yeah, Double Rainboom, I would say, is actually one of the more successful attempts at like a full-length animation, show quality fan work. And it's not perfect, it's far from perfect actually, but it does a lot of things right. The animation looks great, about on par with Season 1, and yeah, it's got some entertaining moments and some fun stuff in it. What really fails it is the pacing. It's just not at all paced right in terms of matching an actual episode of the show, and it just moves too slow, and everything takes too long, and it really feels like it's stretching to make the length that it is, and yeah, that just is what bothers me there. I'm not really bothered so much by the sudden crossover element, the whole Powerpuff Girls thing, because it's kind of fun. I like the Powerpuff Girls, and The way it was done was amusing enough. I mean, maybe they're a little out of character, but it doesn't bother me too much. And really the only thing that does bother me in that video is the pacing, which is just off. Otherwise, it's pretty successful, I'd say. Though, yeah, maybe there are other problems there that I just overlooked. I haven't seen it in forever, for one thing. I think I saw it once when it came out, and then, like, never again. Next question is from Jonah Smith, and it is, if there's a video I dislike more, would it be Project Thundercloud or the Inverted Shadows videos? Well, I don't like dwelling too much on the stuff that I've watched and not liked for the channel, but I would say Project Thundercloud. The Inverted Shadow, he has some videos that I have liked, for one thing, and the ones that I did like, I think it's more a case of me just not really understanding it. It seems to be tied to this whole Team Fortress Gmod type world that I just have no door into and don't really care about. And yeah, I think that just sort of makes it not click for me. Well, Project Thundercloud I think was just deeply flawed, so yeah, that's definitely the answer there. And finally for this subcategory, from Ninja Strongheart, do I like mixing ponies and anime together in fan-made stuff? The answer would be yes, I do like pony anime stuff. I think it usually works pretty well. I've seen some rather amusing ponified versions of anime scenes and trailers, some that I've reacted to. And there's also stuff like Race Car Ghost PMVs, which are really cool. And yeah, just in general, I would say that it works pretty well. Next subcategory is really more of a sub-subcategory to the last, and it is Abridged Series. These are questions related to all the Abridged Series I'm watching, even the non-pony related ones. First question is the question of favorites. FNAF Brony wanted to know my favorite episode of Friendship is Witchcraft, Matt MC123 wanted to know my favorite episode of Ultra Fast Pony, and Silverstone98 wanted to know my favorite episode in all the MLP Abridged series I'm watching, Scooter Tricks, FIW, MAS, and UFP. And yeah, to start us off with FIW, my favorite episode there is probably episode 9, Seed No Evil. I just think it's utterly hilarious. The comedy is just so dark there. And it's delightful. The ending, I love the ending, just how they make Babs go blind. That is just this delightfully just messed up twist, and it's done so well, and it's hilarious. And actually, the favorite part of the episode is, of course, Snowblind, the Snowdrop parody. That's just one of the most brilliant things FIW ever did, and I love every minute of it. Especially since I am someone who is critical of Snowdrop. I just think they were so on point with how they kind of skewered it there. And yeah, I love how they turned the moral around and tied it in with the moral of Babseed and kind of just actually gave a message there about bullying that was more on point maybe. And yeah, I just think it was a really smart, really funny thing, and I loved every minute of it. Definitely my favorite there. Though, I mean, there are lots of great episodes of FIW. All of them are really good, I would say. I mean, even the earlier ones, I really love, like, the Dragon Shy one. But, yeah, episode 9, definitely my favorite. As for Ultra Fast Pony, well, that's a lot more difficult. There are a lot more episodes, for one thing, and so many of them are so very good. I mean, all of the finale episodes are excellent. I mean, with the extra time that those have in them, he's able to do some really marvelous things there. And those are definitely standouts, though if I was to name something besides the finale, it would probably be the parody of A Bird in the Hoof. Just because, yeah, that is a very hilarious episode. I mean, Celestia, everything about her, she's always great, one of the best characters in the series, and that's one of her shining moments there when she gets to tell her stories about the past, and also the Tea Party thing, the whole exchange about Luna burning down Manhattan, that is amazing. And then there's Fluttershy. I love Fluttershy in UFP, and that's one of her shining moments, and it's just great. I also like the parody of Putting Your Hoof Down. That's another good one for Fluttershy episodes. And really there are just so many great episodes. Ponyville Confidential, the first appearance of the Orb, and yeah, just so many others. And another thing that really needs to be mentioned is U of P the movie, the Equestria Girls parody. That is maybe the best thing on the channel, but I don't know if you could really count it since it's not really a normal episode. But yeah, that is great. That is just hilarious and very fun, very just overall entertaining video with so many great jokes. With MAS, I think again I have to go for A Bird in the Hoof. Their parody of it was remarkably funny, really great. And yeah, that comes down to me just loving MAS Fluttershy. She's by far my favorite character in that series, and I really, really love just the pitch black comedy they get out of her just for how miserable she is. And that is really one of the only episodes in the series that just focuses on her entirely, so I gotta love it. As for Scooter Tricks, well, that's a more difficult one. I would say probably the Suited for Success parody where we find out about Changeling Rarity, just because it was really this shocking moment, and actually kind of dramatic, which is rare for an abridged series. And I think that was a turning point where I sort of realized that Scooter Tricks was going to try and have more of a dramatic side to it. And, because I mean, there was stuff before that, but then that was just this moment that really added a whole new dimension to the series, I think. And I think that's a good thing. And it's also a pretty funny episode, and I do really like Scooter Tricks Rarity, so that's another plus. Next question is from MKMLP, and it is, what do I think about where the various abridged series are going? And for this question, I'm assuming you're only talking MLP abridged series, because, yeah, I just think that's a fair assumption to make here. Though, if you're not, sorry about that, though it would just make this question take forever to answer if it was otherwise. But yeah, when it comes to MLP abridged series, I would say that I'm pretty pleased with the direction most are going. With FIW, I'm pretty displeased because it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. I would love to see another episode. I was so happy when Horsewoman Part 2 came out, but there's been nothing since then, and I don't know if there is going to be anything else, so that's kind of a shame. As for Scooter Tricks, I was just talking about that. I'm really pleased with their rather unique direction. I mean, it does seem to have more of a dramatic element to it, and the characters kind of actually do grow in the series, more to an extent than in other abridged series, which is kind of different. It almost feels more like an actual series, a dramatic series, just with some goofy elements to it, as opposed to the traditional abridged series, and that makes it stand out, I think. As for MAS, I can't really be a good judge there, since yeah, they're in the negative episodes now and doing it all completely different, and I'm still back in the original series, though I'm almost done with that. So yeah, I can't really say anything there. As for UFP, I'm pretty pleased with how it's going. It's going strong, I think. I mean, Season 4 of the series, I don't know if it's been as funny as some of the earlier stuff, but he is still funny, still really hilarious, and I think he's getting actually a bit better with some of the editing and some of the other stuff, and just turning out consistently good stuff. And there isn't really a direction in terms of how the plot is going. It's just sort of, UFP is just sort of more messing around and having fun with things, and maybe occasionally providing some parody or insight. And yeah, I don't think he really has as much ambition with the actual characters and plot or anything as Scooter Tricks does, but that's fine for the series, and that's actually how I like it. Next question is from Captain Yoshi HD, and it is, out of all the anime abridged series reactions, what is my favorite one so far? Well, out of all the anime abridged series reactions, you mean my individual reactions? Because I don't really have a good memory for them, how they turned out and stuff, and I don't really watch them back, so I don't know what I can tell you there. But if you more mean what has been my favorite to react to, what I've enjoyed the most reacting to, in that case, I would probably say Code Mint. I just thought that series was a blast to react to. It was so different from anything I'd ever seen before, and so hilarious and off the wall. And it was also used making a series that I was at one point just really passionate about, and yeah, that just made it even better, I think. So yeah, that was definitely my favorite to react to on the channel. And the final question of this subcategory comes from Awesome Shit, and it is, what's your favorite abridged series of all time? Well, it's not going to be one of the MLP ones. I mean, I really love Ultra Fast Pony and Friendship is Witchcraft, but I can't really make too strong an argument that they exceed what is done in like the more mainstream abridged series like Dragon Ball Z Abridged. I just think so much more goes into those ones that it would be hard for me to rank the pony stuff ahead of them. Though that said, it isn't DBZ Abridged which wins it for me, but rather the first Abridged series, the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Yeah, Little Karibo series is just funnier to me. It's really hilarious, and I could just watch it again and again because it really has just these hilarious characters and all these hilarious moments. And sure, some of the earlier stuff is dated now, but it's a great series. It's so much fun, and it doesn't quite have the polish of DBZ Abridged, but I just think it resonates with me more personally. It is the first one I saw, and I just like it better. And yeah, I would definitely say that's my favorite abridged series. And the final subcategory of this category is shipping. These are questions related to my shipping taste in MLP. The first question comes courtesy of that Mellow guy that likes RarityDash, and it is, if I could make one ship canon in the show, which would it be? And he says that I can't name RarityDash since that would be too easy. Well, I don't know if I really would pick RarityDash anyway. I mean, I love the ship, so maybe I would, maybe I'd be tempted, but I think it would maybe change things too much if any of the main six started actually dating each other. That would be kind of weird. Even if it was RarityDash, I just think it would change the dynamic too much, and just so many people would object to it that I don't think it would be a good thing. Personally, I think the answer for me would be Lyrabon. I would make Lyrabon just canon. No more just subtext for it, but actually go all the way, make it plain that they are together, and just go with that. That would be really cool, I think. I mean, Steven Universe does that sort of thing, so I don't see why we can't have Lyra and Bonbon just actually be a couple. I think that would be cool, and something that, yeah, it wouldn't really put anyone off, since they are like these minor characters who aren't in a lot of episodes, and yet it would still be a step for actually having some representation for that kind of thing in MLP, which would be cool. Next question comes from Narrator007, and it is, when I first watched MLP, which episode was it that first made me think of RarityDash as a ship? Well, the answer there is definitely Sonic Rainboom. That episode sold me hard on the ship. And I know what some of you might be saying, oh, doesn't Rarity act terrible in that episode to Dash and all that? Well, you're not looking at the whole episode there. The important thing to really consider is the early scene, the scene in the library. That one just really, Rarity there is behind everything that happens. She is the one who is really dead set on everyone getting to see Rainbow Dash, getting to support her. She convinces Twilight to find the spell, and she's also the one who spots that Rainbow Dash is actually nervous. The others, they just actually buy her bravado at face value, but Rarity, she sees through that because she can empathize, she can relate to Rainbow Dash, and just sort of knows what she's going through, and it shows that the two have a lot in common, that they can relate over things just on an emotional level. And then there's the later part of the episode where we have Rainbow Dash save Rarity's life, which, I mean, if there's anything to build a ship on, it's important moments that are important to both ponies, these shared moments, and that's a big one. That is this huge moment for both ponies, because, I mean, not only does Rarity get her life saved, but Rainbow Dash performs her second Sonic Rainboom, and she gets to meet the Wonderbolts, and it's all because of Rarity's intervention, and it's this great moment. I mean, the way that Rarity talks about Rainbow Dash after it, too. I mean, she has that line to Celestia about how Rainbow Dash is the best flyer ever, which, it just the delivery that Tabitha gives it really just made me think about shipping right away. The entire episode, everything there is just, like, the foundation for this great ship, I think. Next question comes from Ninja Strongheart, and it is, why do I ship Appleshy? Well, I kind of don't as much anymore. I still do kind of like it, but at the same time, it's not one of my favorites. It used to be. It was one of the ones that I wrote a fanfic about. But, yeah, these days, not quite as hot on it, though it can still be pretty good. As for why I shipped it in the first place, well, the reason there is just a perception about how Applejack and Fluttershy interacted with each other that I think I initially formed after Dragonshy, just seeing how Applejack was with Fluttershy there, because she's the one who helps Fluttershy up the mountain. She's there for her every step of the way. That just gave me the idea that she was the one who was willing to slow down and go at Fluttershy's pace and not really trample over her like the others might do, like especially Rainbow Dash. And, yeah, that kind of stuck for a while, and I saw more hints that maybe that was how it sort of worked between the two, and that kind of got me a bit into the ship, and there is still stuff that does seem to support that every now and then. Fluttershy does sort of seem to go to Applejack for a lot of emotional support, and, yeah, because of that I do still kind of like it, but what really sort of hurt my impression of the ship is Bats when that came out. That episode, it just sort of threw things off, I think, because we had Applejack just sort of not willing to listen to anything Fluttershy said, and, well, I can't really blame her because Fluttershy really comes across as naive in that episode, which is a problem since she's supposed to be in the right, but, at least according to the episode, but, yeah, that episode just sort of tarnished my entire opinion about it all, though, yeah, as said, still do kind of like it. And tying very nicely into that question is this next one from Sasami-chan, which is, since RarityDash is my ship, leaving out Flutterdash and RarityJack, who do I ship AJ and Fluttershy with? Well, as I just explained, I used to ship them with each other, but now I don't as much. These days, for Applejack, I tend to ship her with Rara. The main attraction was, yeah, my favorite Applejack episode ever, and I just loved it, and I loved Rara's character, and I loved how the two got along. I mean, their scenes together are great, and they have this history, this childhood friends thing, which, I mean, normally I wouldn't really care too much about that. I don't think it's that important for shipping if the characters knew each other in the past, but in this case I think it adds something, and I think it's just a really sweet pair, and I also like the idea of Applejack with like some famous pop singer. That's kind of fun, and I just think it's a good match. As for Fluttershy, well, I think my go-to answer there is probably Discord. Yeah, I just like the Fluttercord. I think it's a lot of fun. I think Discord as a character in the show really brings the best out of Fluttershy, and Fluttershy brings the best out of him. They just complement each other so well, and it's always so entertaining. I love Keep Calm and Flutter On, and I really, really love Make New Friends But Keep Discord. Those are just excellent episodes, and whenever the two interact, it's just magical, and I liked the shipping angle. I liked Bride of Discord, and I just, in general, think it works. And, yeah, though I do have another option for Fluttershy. I did kind of like the idea of Fluttershy and Tree Hugger, because, yeah, Fluttershy did seem pretty into her and make new friends but keep Discord. Just those stares, and, she's an amusing personality, so I could see it working, and they seem to get along well. And, yeah, that would be pretty good. Next question comes from Bullet Wave, Perry Pinky Potter, Destiny Knight, and Fox Soup, and it is, what ships do I ship besides RarityDash? Well, the answer, well, I already gave a couple of them. Fluttercord, Appleshy, Flutterhugger, RaraJack. But beyond that, I also really like Sunlight, Sunset, and Twilight, especially if it's Princess Twilight. I mean, I like Sci-Twi with Sunset too, that's okay, but I prefer her with the actual pony Twilight. Also, I really like Trixie and Starlight. No Second Prances just sold me completely on that, and I love it. And what else? I kind of like Twilight and Pinkie still. That was another one that I did a fanfic for. And yeah, that one still I think works as sort of an odd couple thing, but yeah, Sunlight kind of knocked it down a few pegs. I just really love Sunlight so much that I don't really think of the Pinkie one so much anymore. Pinkie is probably the hardest character to ship for me. I don't really have too many Pinkie ships that I get passionate about. I kind of like her with Gilda after Griffinstone. Yeah, not really too much for Pinkie. Also, I kind of like Twilestia. I mean, kind of a weird ship, but it's cute. Yeah, that's probably enough. Next question comes from Kiona Terracatic, and it is, are you okay with Twidash? Why? Yeah, I'm okay with Twidash. I mean, I don't actively ship it because I ship RarityDash and Sunlight, and those come first, but yeah, Twidash is cute. I think both of them are adorable, so it just compounds the adorableness, and I like how they have things that they share in common, like Daring Do, and there's this great amount of contrast between the really athletic one and the nerdy one who likes to read, so it's good. It doesn't really grab me as much as RarityDash, but it is a good one. Next question comes from Narrator007, and it is, which episode was it that first inspired thoughts of Twidash? Well, maybe the pilot. I mean, her scene with Twilight in the very first episode, it's kind of fun. I like that interaction, her just flying around Twilight and then doing the thing with the clouds, and Twilight's reactions to it all. It's pretty fun, it's cute, but the one that made me think about it more seriously was probably Read It and Weep, just because, yeah, that was a pretty good Twilight Rainbow Dash episode. It showed that they had more in common than Rainbow Dash probably would like to admit, and had her get passionate about something like Daring Do, and I think it was a big step in their relationship, and yeah, it made me think that maybe the ship could work on a more serious level. Next question comes from Zootopia Fangirl number 1, and it is, do I like Fluttershy times Pinkie Pie? I would say no, I don't think I do. And the reason is because I think the relationship is somewhat hard to pin down. It just seems inconsistent depending on the episode. I mean, you got Philly Vanilli, where Pinkie Pie's all in Fluttershy's face and just not sensitive at all of her feelings. And then you have Griffin the Brush-Off, where she's just indignant about anyone being mean to Fluttershy at all, and you can't even prank her or anything. And either way, whichever one is more representative of how it usually is between the two, I don't think it's a good thing. I mean, either she's insensitive to Fluttershy, or she's overprotective to the point of coddling and maybe even just being patronizing. And yeah, I just don't think it quite works. I mean, maybe there's more there than there is with Flutterdash, but yeah, it just doesn't work for me. Next question comes from Bright Ideas, and it is, do I ship Granny Lou? No. But thank you very much for putting that image in my brain. I really appreciate it. And the final shipping question comes from Aura Equine, and it is, if I was forced to ship Flash with somebody besides Twilight, who would it be? Well, probably Twilight. I mean, the other Twilight. Because I think that could work better. I mean, I don't really have a problem with the idea of Flash and Twilight. I just think it's a problem when it's the Twilight that's had all the character development, all the stuff happen to her, the pony from Equestria falling in love with this human with no character development. It just feels wrong to me. But if it's the Twilight, who's only had one movie of character development, falling in love with Flashlight, who at this point has had at least some, though not a whole lot, I think that could work a bit better, and it's starting from a better place. It's not this love at first sight nonsense. It's yeah, she at this point doesn't even acknowledge him. So it would actually be a story, them coming together. Here, it's just, with the original Twilight, it's just so forced, and all this swooning, running into each other, it just doesn't work. But I think it'd be fine with other Twilight. Or, failing that, I guess I could also see him and Derpy, maybe. They did have that scene together where Derpy kind of goes to comfort him, so yeah, why not? Moving on, we have our second grader category, My Little Pony. These are questions related actually to the show itself as opposed to anything fan-generated. And the first subcategory is characters. These will be questions related to specific characters or groups of characters in the show. And the first question is from Behold the Pale Horse and Ninja Strongheart, and it is, what do I think about people hating on Rarity at this point? Well, I don't like it. It kind of grates on me. And I wish it didn't so much, since people are intended to their opinions, and I should respect that. But when I see a reactor or someone just not understand her or respect her, then it can just really just put me off. I've stopped videos by people that I generally like because they just get too negative about Rarity that it just makes me feel kind of uncomfortable. And yeah, I just don't like it. I mean, I guess I can't do anything about it if they're going to have that opinion. Despite all the contrary evidence that she's a great character, that they're still going to think she's shallow or just not a good character, then I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. But when I see it, it just sort of, makes me feel bad. So, yeah. Next question comes from Coney and Crows, and it is, which episode, in my opinion, had the least good representation of Rarity? How about the best? Well, the best is easier, because that is definitely, without question, Rarity Investigates. That episode is just Rarity's shining moment. She's perfect there in just every regard. I mean, it shows why she's a good friend, how she's just this supportive friend, and she's also just hilarious and funny and just really charming, and it also shows her being rather intelligent and perceptive, and it's just this great, consistently great portrayal of her. As for least good, I'm not entirely sure what you mean there. Do you mean where she herself is the most in the wrong, where she is not being good, where she's doing something just not right? Because then it'd be something like Sonic Rainboom, where she's obviously being just a jerk to everyone, especially Rainbow Dash, just stealing the moment and being wrapped up in herself. Or maybe something like Simple Ways, where she's, again, just sort of acting out and being clearly in the wrong and just making a fool of herself. But the thing with those episodes is that in both of them, she's the one learning the lesson. She's the one who's making herself a better pony in the process. And it's no fault of the writers that she's acting wrong. It's because, yeah, that's a part of her character that she needs to improve on. And it's the same as when Fluttershy just becomes too shy. It's just something that she needs to control and get better at. So I don't know if that's what you meant, or maybe you meant which episode does the least good job of capturing her character, which one she's the most out of character in, because then it'd probably be something where she's not a major player in, but she's included for some reason. Particularly what comes to mind are some of the Season 4 episodes, Rainbow Falls and It Ain't Easy Being Breezy's, where she's included just to make some sort of lame joke about an outfit being kind of terrible. She's all about making her outfits in those episodes, and yet the outfits suck. That just is wrong. That is not what Rarity should be. Because she should make something that actually looks good, and she should contribute more than just that. So those are just very limiting moments for her. And yeah, that stands out as probably where they got it the most wrong. Next question comes from Stephen Ledbetter, and it is, what in my opinion are Rarity and Rainbow Dash's best moments in the series? Well, singular moments are kind of harder, though I am still tempted for Rarity to say something from Rarity Investigates just because of how much I love that episode. Though, I think what has to be said for her best moment ever would be Sisterhood of Social, the end of it, where she covers herself in mud and does the race for her sister. That is just this moment of real, true character development that I think that single moment secured her as best pony forever for me, because she was established as not liking to get herself dirty. That was a big deal in season 1, and she just covers herself in it and runs this race just to make things better with Sweetie Belle, and it's just touching and a beautiful moment, and just the reveal of it is so glorious, and I really love that episode. As for Rainbow Dash, well, a part of me is tempted to go with the Rainbow Fash scene from Newbie Dash, but I mean, most people hate that scene just with a passion, so I guess I would feel kind of weird going with that. So instead I'll probably say the original, the second Sonic Rainboom from Sonic Rainboom, that moment when she performs that, and then the aftermath, all of it. It's just this beautiful moment where she achieves, and it's just really fun, and I love that with Rainbow Dash. Next question is from that Meloetta guy that likes Rarity Dash, and it is Rarity with socks or without socks? I say, why not both? Next question is from Bullet Wave, and it is, do I like Rarity more than him? Yeah, I think I do. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I like her a lot more than most people, so there's a pretty good chance. Next question comes from Book Lover, and it is, who are my top 3 favorite characters in the show? The answer there is the same as it has been for a while, which is Rarity, Celestia, Rainbow Dash. Next question comes from Lemalelo, and it is, why is Celestia my favorite pony even though she still doesn't have a personal episode? And as a follow-up, what do you want to see in the episode when she does get one? Well, she's not my favorite pony, she's my favorite princess and my second favorite pony. But why is it? Well, with Celestia, I think the reasons I love her so much are more of a just a bit more shallow than with some other characters. I mean, with Rarity, I have a lot of elaborate reasons why she's my favorite. It comes down to a lot of great character development and just a complexity of character. But with Celestia, I think a lot of it is just that I really, really love her design and her voice and just her overall personality and character. She hasn't had any character development. That is a thing. I will acknowledge that. But she's just so appealing just from the start to me that I really love her. I mean, and there is at least some development, I guess. I mean, there was Princess Twilight Sparkle, where we saw that at least some of what the fandom has been suggesting for a while now is true, that she does have all these regrets about what she had to do about her sister, and it did add something. There is some character there that I think she is pretty compelling. I also like her playful nature, the whole Trollestia thing where she kind of plays around with the ponies a bit, and just whenever we see her actually laugh and smile, it's really great, and I do like her, even though, yeah, she does need an episode. As for what I want to see in that episode, well, I'd love to see just about anything there. Anything featuring Celestia in a major role. I don't care what they do with her, really. Whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be great. If it's with just her or her and one or all of the main 6, whether it's, or maybe just her and Luna, that'd be good too. I mean, I mean, there has been a lot of Luna, but, well, not a lot of Luna, but enough Luna for a supporting character like her. There's been enough, I think. And Celestia, she could probably do some episodes without Luna. That would be good. But whatever she gets, I think I'll be pretty damn satisfied. I mean, can't see myself being disappointed with anything when it comes to a Celestia episode. Next question comes from Abyssal Claws, and it is, what do I think about Celestia and Luna's past, given the information that they were not originally alicorns and had to earn their wings or horns? Well, I think that's a bit of a misconception, because the line is not in Equestria, so when we look back at the Journal of the Two Sisters book, that made it clear that that happened all before there was an Equestria, so that's kind of the loophole there. I do still think that Celestia and Luna were originally alicorns, and that was just sort of not the best phrasing. So, yeah, I don't really buy into the idea that things have changed and that they're now ponies that had to acquire their wings or horns. Though maybe we'll be proven wrong. Maybe the Journal of the Two Sisters will be rendered non-canon at some point. But for now, I'm more willing to believe that than just a single line that can be read in more than one way. Next question comes from Tara Wind, and it is, what is my opinion of Princess Flurryheart? Well, I don't know. It's kind of a bit early to say, but I think it was inevitable. Since the moment Cadence and Shining Armor were introduced, this was going to happen, because what other point is there to really having a married couple of supporting characters in the show other than to give them babies? Because, I mean, babies, ultra marketable to little girls, and this show is all about marketing to little girls. And then when the baby comes, of course they're going to take that a step further and market it even more to little girls by making it an alicorn, and thus even more desirable. So it was going to happen, and it was pretty much inevitable, and we just have to deal with it. I do think it kind of does hurt things having this alicorn now that just came out of nowhere and is automatically an alicorn, and I don't really like that, but I understand why the decision was made, and can't really say much else. Next question comes from Zootopia Fangirl number 1 and Four Winged Owl, and it is Fluttershy still my least favorite of the main 6? Have my opinions about her changed at all? Well, people will already know the answer to this question if they've seen my Flutterbrudder review, or my reaction to the Horseshoe review of Hurricane Fluttershy. The answer there is yes, she has. My opinion of her has changed, and she is no longer my least favorite. She is now number 5, ahead of Applejack, and it was sort of the 1-2 punch of one of Applejack's worst episodes ever, Applejack's Day Off, and one of Fluttershy's best, Flutterbrudder. And I really loved Flutterbrudder, and at the end of it, I was left reconsidering my thoughts on Fluttershy, and I think after that, and after the Horseshoe review of Hurricane Fluttershy, I did sort of realize that I think I was a bit harsh on Fluttershy in the past. I think some of the things I said maybe weren't the most sound, that I was taking it out on her character, just the fact that I didn't like some of her episodes, because I still do think that It Ain't Easy Being Breezy's is terrible, and Scaremaster is really bad, and Philly Vanilli and Bats aren't very good, but I do like Fluttershy. I like her character, I like a lot of her episodes, and I think I was mistaken about a lot of things in regards to her. So now she's a strong number 5, and if there are more good Fluttershy episodes, she seriously might slip into number 4 ahead of Twilight. For the next question, Kate's Fantasies wants to know if I like Applejack, and Forest6 wants to know if I agree with the jokes about Applejack being a background pony. Well, I understand the background pony jokes. I do get why they're made, and I'll make one myself on occasion. But do I think she's really a background pony? No, that's absurd. She is a main character who has some really good episodes, and she is a contributing factor on the show, and she is important, and I like her. I don't dislike any of the characters. She's my 6th now, but I still like Applejack. There are still episodes I really like of hers. The Main Attraction, which I mentioned earlier in the video, that is an excellent episode that I love, and it's not the only one. I like The Last Roundup. I like a lot of Applejack episodes, and I like Applejack. She has a pretty good personality. She's fun. She can be funny. She's a good straight man to the other main 6. She has the most down-to-earth personality, and she's a fine character. I like her. I don't dislike any of them. Just someone has to be 6th. Next question is from Lasse S. Jorgensen, and it is, what is my opinion of Spike, given that most of the fandom seems to just hate him? Well, I don't really entirely get all the Spike hate. I think it's a bit misaimed, and I don't think he really deserves it. because I like Spike. I think he's a fine character, and I like most of his episodes. I mean, they're never usually my favorite episodes, but I can't think of very many of them that I absolutely hate. In fact, I don't think I absolutely hate any of them. The closest is Princess Spike, which I think is not very good, but most of the episodes with Spike I like, and his latest episode, Gauntlet of Fire, was great. And he has some other great episodes. I like, his Season 2 episodes. I mean, Dragon Quest was kind of lame, but it led to Gauntlet of Fire, so what are you going to do? And, he had some really good Season 4 episodes. All of his episodes in Season 4 were great. Really loved Equestria Games, really loved Inspiration Manifestation, and Spike had a great Season 4, and he's had lots of good episodes, and I have nothing against Spike at all. Next question comes from Allie the Ocelot, who also wanted to know what I think of Spike and Applejack, but also threw in Flash Sentry, who I haven't really covered yet, beyond the shipping question earlier. And when it comes to Flash Sentry, I don't really hate him exactly. I just think that the idea was somewhat misguided with him. The whole idea of the romance between him and Twilight, it was just so very forced and so limited and just nonsensical, really. I mean, we're taking the character from the series who we all know and love, the Twilight, with all that character development, and we're throwing her into a human world, and she meets some human who she doesn't know and just falls in love with him. It's just pretty silly, and the fact that that's pretty much all Flash has been about to this point just kind of limits what I can really say about him. Because, I mean, other than the whole romance thing, he's pretty much just your generic boyfriend guy, cliched high school boyfriend guy who plays guitar and is cool. And I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it's the most well-considered, well-thought-out character, and can't really say much more than that. The next question comes from Copper Gears, and it is, who is my favorite pony / main six / pet / background pony / princess as of now? Well, the answer there is Rarity, Opal, Lyra, Celestia. Next question is from Applejack's fan, and it is, can I name all my favorite ponies out of the main six from most to least? Well, Rarity, Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Twilight, Fluttershy, Applejack. Next question is from the French guy, and it is, what do I like or dislike in the main six? Well, that's kind of an odd question. I like the main six. I can't think of much I dislike about the main six. I mean, it's 6 really great characters who all interact very well together. Can't think of much to dislike at all, really. I guess, I don't know. I just like everything. They're all really fun. So sorry if I can't really give that question a very good answer. Next question is from that Meloetta guy that likes RarityDash, and it is, if the show had totally different ponies in the lead, would I still like it? I really don't know. It depends on who the ponies were, what they were like. Probably, I mean, if they were just slightly different characters, but everything else about the series was the same, I think I would probably still like it. Hard to really say. The next question comes from Aura Equine, and it is, if one of the main 6 was not seen for the entirety of the season, and I had to choose who, which one would I pick to be excluded? Well, you'd think I'd pick Applejack, considering she's my least favorite of the 6, but I think I would actually pick Twilight. And the reason is because she's been the main character. She is the princess, the one that the series sort of revolves around, so I think it would be kind of interesting to see how the other 5 would do without her for a while. And since we do have Starlight now in the show, it could sort of be her taking Twilight's spot for a season. And just seeing how she interacts with the other 5, and just it sort of carrying on from there. And I think that could actually be pretty interesting. Next question comes from Fun Cool Fun Fun, Chronix Wolf, Zelda Bunnies, and MLP Skyscraper. And it is, who is my favorite of the CMC? Well, it's not Apple Bloom. She's definitely my least favorite of the 3. I still like her okay, she's fine, but she's just the least interesting. Whether it's Scootaloo or Sweetie Belle, though, that is definitely debatable with me. I really love everything they've done with Scootaloo from a character development standpoint. Flight to the Finish, that was really great stuff, just going into her disability and all that came from that. And I also really loved Sleepless in Ponyville. That was a great episode. Just her concerns about the image she presents to Rainbow Dash. That was great. And I just generally love everything about her and Rainbow Dash and the bond they have. It's really sweet and really cute, and it's just great. I really like Scootaloo and everything they've done with her. And then there's Sweetie Belle, who I really like her relationship with her sister, too. Her and Rarity, it's led to some amazing things. Sisterhood of Social is one of my favorite episodes ever. And I also like For Whom the Sweetie Belle Toils, and a lot of other Sweetie Belle episodes and moments. And just, Sweetie Belle is also just flat out pure adorable. I mean, the voice cracks and just her design, she's so cute and so sweet, and it's hard not to love her. And I think more when I use my head, I come to Scootaloo as the answer to the question, but Sweetie Belle, she's just, yeah, you just can't help but just be drawn into her and wanting to just hug her, and she just has that really cute factor going for her. So, yeah, ultimately, I can't really tell you there. Next question comes from Fun Cool Fun Fun and Dan Rodriguez, and it is, who is my favorite supporting character? Well, this is different from Background Pony, and it's also different from CMC, Princess, Redeemed Villain, keeping all those separate. The answer for me would be Maud, though she's also been excluded from this question by one of the people who asked it, so can't pick her either. That leaves me with, well, probably Big Mac. I think I really like his character, especially after Brotherhood of Social. That was just this huge episode for me in terms of just how much I appreciate him. And it was a great little moment there at the end, and it really sold me on the idea of Big Mac and made me really start to consider him as the best, my favorite of the Apple family. And yeah, I really like Big Mac. I also like Zecora, also like Cherylee, also like the other two Pie sisters. They're fun. And yeah, Zephyr Breeze seemed interesting. I'd like to see more of him. I mean, just kind of, I mean, not entirely likable, but he's certainly an interesting character. Also, like Ember, like to see more of her. And, Rara, of course, I can't forget her, and she was great. Yeah, there's been a lot of pretty fun supporting characters. I mean, also people like Cheese Sandwich. Depends on what you really count as a supporting character as opposed to like a guest star, I guess. And then there are characters who weren't quite villains, but who had sort of a redemption thing, like Gilda and Diamond Tiara. Well, I guess Diamond Tiara kind of was a villain. So if they're counted, they're also characters I really like. So yeah, hard to really say, but those are some names that I really like. The next question comes from Book Lover, and it is, would I like to see more Zecora in MLP episodes? And the answer there is definitely yes. I would love to see more Zecora. I think she is a vastly underutilized character. Especially since, I mean, the last few seasons, she's appeared like once per season. Season 3, we had Magic Duel. Season 4, Philly Vanilli. Season 5, just the alternate timeline Zecora in the QD Remark. And Season 6, we haven't even had her yet, so yeah, we could definitely use more Zecora. She just doesn't get used near enough, and she's a fascinating character, very interesting. The rhyming is always great. She's fun. And we don't really know much about her. Her entire past is mystery to us, and we don't even know where she came from, where the zebras came from. She's the only zebra we've ever seen in the show, so I would like to see some of that mystery explored a bit. That would be pretty cool. And yeah, I actually rather hope they do that. Next question is from Kate's Fantasies, and it is, who is my favorite MLP celebrity? Countess Coloratura, Photo Finish, etc. So of the characters who are celebrities in universe, I think Rara would be right up there. She's definitely one of my favorites there. I really loved what Lena Hall brought to the character. The song was amazing, and as said, she's now my favorite character to ship with Applejack, so yeah, she definitely left a big impression on me. Also, if I do like Cheese Sandwich. I'm a huge Weird Al fan, so I guess he's kind of a celebrity as his famous party planner, so if he counts, definitely did like the Cheese Sandwich and would love to see him again. just because I love Weird Al so much, and it's basically Pony Weird Al. I mean, not the most creative of character, but it was still very much appreciated, and left a big impression. The photo finish is pretty entertaining too, definitely a good one, and I'd love to see more of her as well. The next question is from the Nuke Fist and Dean Ambrose, and it is, what celebrity, talking real-world celebrities this time, do I want to see come to the show and do a guest voice? Well, that's kind of an odd question for me, since I don't really follow celebrity culture at all, don't really care too much about actors and actresses so much and all that. And probably the answer I would have given if it hadn't already happened already would be Weird Al. I mean, I really, really love Weird Al, seen him several times in concert, think he's great. He definitely would have been the guy who I would have said if it hadn't already happened. So, and since it has happened already, I don't really have another go-to answer. Maybe one of the guys from Mystery Science Theater 3000, Joel Hodgson, Mike Nelson, someone like that. That'd be kind of cool. I don't really know who else I could say there. So, yeah. Next question is from Fun Cool Fun Fun, and it is favorite background pony. And Destiny Knight asks who are my top 3 favorite background ponies. So I'll just give 3. First one is Lyra. Second is Cloud Chaser. Third is where it becomes a bit more difficult, because I do like Flitter, and I also like Bon Bon, and Derpy, and Vinyl Scratch, and Octavia, and pretty much all the major ones, Amethyst Star, and I don't really have a solid third favorite. I guess maybe I would go with Derpy there. I do really like me some Derpy. But I'm not really sure. Next, My Little Buddy 93 asks a series of slice of life related questions. Who was my favorite character in Slice of Life? Which character could I have done without in Slice of Life? And who do I wish could have been included in Slice of Life? Well, the answer to the first one is probably Lyra. I mean, she is my favorite background pony, and this was pretty much everything I could have ever wanted from her. I loved all the hints about her and Bon Bon's relationship, and just her reactions to everything that Bon Bon does. It's just perfect. It is exactly how I want Lyra to be, and I really love just the Lyra Bon Bon plot in that episode. All the Special Agent Sweetie Drop stuff. It's hilarious and just so silly, so wonderfully silly that it really is. It really makes the episode for me, and it's just great stuff. And the other characters in the episode are great too. I love Derpy, I love Vinyl and Octavia, but Lyra and Bon Bon, they really win it for me, and Lyra especially, even though she's not the one who has the special agent reveal. That's Bon Bon, but Lyra is just fun. Which character could I have done without? Well, probably Stephen Magnet. I mean, it was kind of fun. I like how we sort of came full circle with him giving up his mustache for Cranky. That was kind of a nice moment. But his only other moment really is being a jerk to Matilda, which isn't entirely necessary. And I don't know. I don't think he really adds too much to it ultimately. Who do I wish could have been in the episode? Well, I would have liked a speaking part for Cloud Chaser and Flitter. That would have been cool. Though I don't know if they could have really fit that in there with everything else that was going on. I mean, it's kind of a packed episode. But yeah, they're favorites of mine, so I would have liked that. But I'm fine with what we got, really. Next question is from Arturo M, and it is, who is my favorite character from MLP Season 5? Well, characters who were introduced in Season 5? The answer there is definitely Starlight Glimmer. She's an amazing character, and definitely the best introduced there. I mean, I also like Rara, as I've said many times now, and Moon Dancer, Tree Hugger, and there are really a lot of good ones in there, and they're all great, but Starlight definitely wins. Next question comes from Zootopia Fangirl number 1, Dodringo64, and Prudence the Apprentice. And it is, what do I think of Starlight Glimmer and her role as the 7th new main character? Well, as I just said, I really love Starlight. I think she was an amazing villain. One of the best the series ever had. The cutie map that was just great stuff, just amazing stuff. And Cutie Remark, she was pretty good there. I mean, it was more just rage than anything else, but it was still very compelling, and she was great, and I liked that we got a taste of why she is like she is in her backstory, and I was initially a hard sell on the idea of reforming her, but as I thought about it more, I liked the idea. I liked the idea of taking this character who was just so ideologically out there and just so wrong and damaging that taking her and then making her into someone good, it seemed like something really cool to try and do with the show, and I was optimistic going into season 6. And since then, it's really proven to be even better than I can imagine. I mean, I was a little worried just after the crystalline, because, I mean, she was good there, she was amusing, I liked seeing her and Starburst reconcile, but I said Starburst, it's Sunburst, isn't it? I don't even ship it. But yeah, I liked seeing that, but I did kind of worry that maybe they were going too fast with it and she was becoming a different pony too fast. But then we got No Second Prances, and that was just perfect. That was the perfect episode to show her progressing and still not being completely separated from who she was before. And just seeing her relate to Trixie, that was powerful stuff. And then we had a Hearthwarming Tale, which it didn't really develop her much, but it showed a parallel to this other character who pretty much is her, and just sort of helped us consider more why she is. And I think that episode really worked in a strange way to give us a greater understanding of Starlight. And I just really like Starlight. And I would say it's a bit of a misnomer to label her as a 7th new main character, because she's really not. She isn't just like the seventh member of the group, because she doesn't go everywhere with him. She only really shows up in her episodes, and sometimes she's in other episodes, Spice Up Your Life. She's there at the beginning, but she's not like the sort of... she's a friend with all the ponies, but she's not like the 7th member of the group. And I think that's where she should be. She should be making strides to be a good friend, but going everywhere with them, that would be a bit much at this point. So that's a good thing. And yeah, I think the approach to Starlight at this point is pretty much right on point. So I'm very eager to see what they do with her in the second half of Season 6. Next question is from James A. Williams and Ender Haratz, and it is, who do I prefer, Sunset Shimmer or Starlight Glimmer? Well, I think I gotta go with Starlight. Starlight all the way. Which kind of surprises me, since I do really like Sunset. I think she's a great character. I really love Rainbow Rocks and all that I did with her, and I ship her with Twilight, and I just really enjoy her. But I think that everything that was done with Sunset was pretty much done better with Starlight. And it starts with, Starlight was a much, much, much better villain than Sunset was. Sunset as a villain just kind of sucked. She was this bad girl cliche with no real motivation or backstory beyond a single line that she was apparently Celestia's student and things went bad, and we don't really know why she has this crazy plan to take over Equestria or whatever, and it's just not the most well-considered or thought-out thing. Starlight, on the other hand, she has this creepy ideology driving her and is just disturbing and wrong, and that episode is legitimately terrifying. The Cutie Map, such a great episode, and she's probably one of the best villains the series has ever had, if not the best. And she's more just driven by rage in the Cutie Remark, but it's still great. It's still very compelling. And then we have the Reformation scene, and I think it's better there with Starlight too. I mean, Twilight gives her this impassioned plea to reconsider everything, and she eventually gets through to her after everything that she sees, after taking her into the ruined future and then revisiting the past and then continuing to make her pleas. She eventually finally gets through to her, and it's a powerful moment. And with Sunset, it's just rainbow to the face, and suddenly, okay, I'll try friendship. And it's not really anywhere near as good. And then there's how the Reformation has gone, and both are great. I mean, what Rainbow Rocks did is truly amazing, and I was somewhat unsure about where Starlight would go and if it would compare to that, but I think so far it's proving to have potential to be even better. I mean, well, it's a running series with several episodes as opposed to just a couple movies, so there is more room for it, which is probably an advantage Starlight has. But even there, just what they did in No Second Prances, that was just brilliant and really started to capture the sunset effect, but to an even greater extent maybe, and I'm really loving what they're doing with her, as I said in the previous question, and I can't wait to see more. Next question is from Gary Neutral, and it is, do I think that Sunset should go to Equestria and make amends with Celestia by the time Equestria Girls ends? Definitely, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see Sunset return to Equestria and make amends with Celestia or whoever. That would be great. I'd love to see her in Equestria, period. That would be just really fun to see. Just maybe even as a cameo in the show. That would be cool. I mean, I don't know if they're going to do that, but yeah, I definitely think that is something that should happen by the time the film series ends, and I hope it does. Next question is from FunCoolFunFun0314 Giovanni and Silverstone98, and it is, who is my favorite villain in the show? Well, if we're counting redeemed villains, then I would go Starlight Glimmer. I mean, kind of getting redundant at this point, but I just really love her character, and how she was as a villain was amazing. It was like something else entirely from what we had seen before. Other villains had just been all about power and exerting their power over others, and I guess Starlight it kind of is. I mean, she sort of does that, but it's more just this creepy ideology and forcing her opinions on others, which is even more disturbing to me. And I just really love the cutie map and think it's an amazing episode, and that was just one of the best things this series ever did. Starlight was great. If redeemed villains don't count, though, then it's definitely Chrysalis. She was really a lot of fun. I love her character, love her design, love her voice. The songs she sang, those were a lot of fun, and I like the idea of changelings, and yeah, I mean, after watching Taking Chrysalis Invasion too seriously, that even made me understand her plan maybe a bit more. So she's not really a dumb villain, which is good too. And yeah, also like seeing her in the Cutie Remark, her little battle with Zecora. That was pretty awesome. And yeah, love me some Chrysalis. Next question is from 0314 Giovanni, and it is, what is my favorite moment of that villain? And yeah, with Starlight, definitely gotta be the cutie map. Love her song in that episode, In Our Town. Just her, she's so just creepy and weird, and the smiles, and it's all just so great. Just cheerfully singing about how she's controlling these ponies, and then there's that line about you can't have a nightmare if you never dream, and it's just so great. And as for Chrysalis, it's got to be, yeah, her reprise of the song. I mean, it's kind of her moment where it all comes undone, where she's sort of wrapped up in herself and just kind of somehow doesn't notice that Twilight's moving towards cadence, which is kind of a big problem. But it's also just this moment where she gloats and is just so delightfully evil and fun, and yeah, I really like that moment. Next question is from Gentsby Gaming GOTF, and it is, who do I hope the villain for Season 6 will be? Well, I do know about the rumors that maybe we're getting changelings again, so yeah, I'm really hoping we see some more Chrysalis. That would be awesome. Next question is from Cartoon Chick and Rustic Studios, and it is, who is worst pony? I don't really have a great answer for that. The Breezies? I mean, I don't know if you can really count them as ponies, but if you can, I guess that would be the answer. And if not, well, Twist. I mean, I kind of feel bad about beating up on Twist since everyone does, but yeah, I can't think of a character I really hate. I mean, there's characters you're supposed to hate, like Zesty Gourmand and Wind Rider and people like that, but that would be just an easy target, I think. I mean, Spoiled Rich, but I kind of don't want to name a character like that since they're supposed to be hated, so they're just serving their purpose if you hate them. So I don't know. Don't really have a great answer for that. And the final question of this subcategory is from Jonas Smith. It is, who would I rather have character development for? Flash Sentry or Prince Blueblood? Well, I would definitely say Blueblood in that case. I think something interesting very much could be done with him, especially at this point. That we could revisit him, learn more about him and why he is the way he is. Basically do the same sort of thing we did with Gilda. And just sort of develop him into a more rounded, more reasonable character. And I'd actually like to see that. Flash Sentry, though, I wouldn't mind developing him too. I mean, as I said before when he came up, I don't hate Flash, and I would actually like to see him get some development. Though, I mean, it doesn't really interest me as much as the Blue Blood might. So, yeah, that's my answer. The next subcategory is series questions. These are questions related to the series in general or to specific episodes. And the first one comes from iJones36, and it is, why do I like My Little Pony Friendship is Magic? Well, that's a rather broad question, but I would say it just has to do with the wonderful characters for the most part. The characters are just so well-rounded and well thought out, and the series really gives them all this room to grow, and actually it allows that growth to stick and for them to actually develop as characters, which a lot of cartoons don't actually do that. They're sort of more of a status quo, but with MLP, things are constantly changing, and the characters are constantly learning new things, and most of the time it really holds from episode to episode, and that's really cool. And there's also lots of other things that I like about it too. I mean, I like the art style and the color palette, just the brightness of the show, and the way it's animated, the expressiveness of the characters. They're just so expressive, and the just all sorts of faces and the eyes. So much emotion is brought across in every little thing, and the wonderful voice acting helps that too. I mean, there are just so many reasons to love the show, and also the writing, lots of great comic writing, lots of great dramatic writing. I mean, it can run the full gamut of emotions here and just do so much. There are episodes that have made me cry. There are episodes that have made me just bust out into hysterical laughter. And yeah, it's just a very entertaining show. I really, really enjoy it. Next question is from Joler, and it is Pegasi, Earth Pony, Unicorn, or Alicorn? And yeah, I'm not really sure how to answer this one without any kind of additional context. Are you asking what my favorite is? Probably unicorns. Or are you asking which are the most awesome? Well, alicorns, obviously. They can do the most. But yeah, not really sure what you're getting at there. Next question is from Behold the Pale Horse, and it is, why do I think some people are saying that the show is getting worse? Well, I think that it's for a number of reasons. For one, a lot of people have already decided on a narrative before they even watch the new episodes. You see this even just after Season 2, Lauren Faust had left, and people just decided that the show was going to go into decline because she was no longer involved. And then Twilicorn happened, and then, yeah, the show's just going to suck now because this is a change that we can't deal with. People decide on what the narrative is before they even see the episodes for themselves, and it really colors their impression of it all. Because, yeah, they've decided already that it's going to start sucking, so they're just waiting for that to happen, and that has them really looking at it more critically and just in a more negative light than they had previously. Because previously they had no preformed impressions about anything, so they were less negative, less critical, less analytical, and that just allowed them to enjoy it more without trying to tear it apart. And also, there's another thing which is kind of tied to that, and that is that a lot of people seem to be interested in other things now. They seem to... Pony isn't something they're quite as passionate about. They have other interests, Steven Universe, Undertale, whatever it is. That is what they really care about now, and Pony's just sort of... it's become not as important to them, so because it's not as important to them, they mistake that for it actually not being as good, because, yeah, it doesn't really get them as excited, so it must not be as good. And, yeah, it's really not about that at all. Really, it's just about something else getting them more excited at the moment, and it doesn't really have anything to do with the quality of the product, because, yeah, the quality of the product right now is really, really good, so most people watching the show should be able to realize that, though, yeah, you do see that sentiment a lot, so I don't know. Next question is from Cubed Dragon, and it is, rank the MLP seasons from worst to best. Worst is Season 3, second worst is Season 1, third worst is Season 4, fourth worst is Season 2, fifth worst is Season 5, and I don't really know where to rank Season 6 so far yet. I'm thinking with what we've seen so far, it'll either be better than Season 5 or just below Season 5, because the quality so far has been really outstanding. Next question is from Kutsofun, and it is, how would I rate Season 5 from 1 to 10? Well, probably a 9.5, because, I mean, it's not perfect. I can't call it perfect, but it is my favorite season, and, well, there are things that aren't great. There are episodes that aren't really anything special or kind of not very good, like Princess Spike. The episodes that are good, the ones that are really, really good, are so good that they kind of just outweigh it all. Stuff like Rarity Investigates and the Cutie Map and Crusaders of the Lost Mark. Those episodes really just have me unable to score it anything but near perfect, just because, yeah, they're some of the best that the series has ever had. Next question is from Copper Gears and Gravity Control 21, and it is, what is my favorite episode? Rarity Investigates. Next question is from Copper Gears, and it is, what is my least favorite episode? Say it with me now, everyone. It ain't easy being breezies. Next question is from Cartoon Chick, FNAF Brony, Copper Gears, and Fun Cool Fun Fun. And it is, what is my favorite episode from each season? Well, Season 1, it was Sonic Rainboom. Season 2, it is Sisterhood of Social. Season 3, it is Keep Calm and Flutter On. Season 4, Mod Pie. Season 5, Rarity Investigates. And Season 6, so far, it would be the Saddle Row Review. Next question is from Copper Gears and Cartoon Chick, and it is, what is my least favorite episode of each season? And there the answer would be, for Season 1, The Showstoppers. Season 2, probably The Cutie Pox. Season 3, One Bad Apple. Season 4, It Ain't Easy Being Breezies. Season 5, Princess Spike. And Season 6, so far, Applejack's Day Off. Next question is from Wolfie Mix, and it is, what are my top 10 favorite MLP episodes? Well, number 1 is Rarity Investigates, number 2 is Mod Pie, number 3 is Saddle Row Review, number 4 is Sonic Rainboom, number 5 is The Cutie Map, number 6 is Sister of Social, number 7 is No Second Prances, number 8 is Keep Calm and Flutter On, number 9 is Suited for Success, and number 10 would be Testing 1 2 3. Next question is from Stephen Ledbetter, and it is, if I were recommending the show to someone who has never seen it before, what 3 episodes would I show them to give them the best feel of what MLP is like? Well, my go-to answer for this question has, for the longest time, been Swarm of the Century, since I just feel it's a really well-rounded episode that features all of the main 6, all of them doing something fairly interesting, and just showing off all their personalities, and it's a plot that people will find familiar, that they'll have seen somewhere else, because, I mean, it's basically Gremlins, Tribbles, whatever. So there'll be that connection, that familiar connection, just with these characters and with this animation, and yeah, it'll be something grounded, something that shows what the show is about, really, and is probably pretty amusing to them. There's also I also do like the answer that a lot of people get for this question, which is Lesson 0. I just think it's so far from what they'll be expecting that it's one that I think would hook a lot of people, just because it is so out there. The expressions that Twilight has, they're so crazy, so insane that it's going to be something that shows people immediately that this show isn't quite what they would assume just by the name and everything. So yeah, that's a good pick. And a new one that I think might be good for this task is the Saddle Row Review. I mean, we're going from Season 6 here, from the new stuff, which I know that's skipping ahead quite a bit from where you're supposed to start, but it's just such a funny episode, and again, it's something that they'll probably be familiar with, the presentation there, because it's like a faux documentary thing, kind of the same way a lot of reality TV shows are presented. So it's something they'll probably have an immediate familiarity with, and it'll probably resonate with them there. And it's also just really funny, and it shows all of the characters. So I just think it'd be great for just introducing new people to it. I mean, there is some continuity in terms of Rarity, but they don't need to care about that. I mean, if they're just starting out, why are they going to care about Rarity opening up new boutiques or whatever? Though I guess, yeah, it is about opening a fashion boutique, so if you're trying to subvert the girly image of it, maybe not. But if they're willing to accept that, then I think that could be a really good one to start with. Next question is from Rabubaboo, and it is, what MLP international dubs do I like? Well, the only one I really have watched at length is the Japanese dub, and I really do enjoy that. It was just really well done. It's a shame that they didn't make more of it, because they stopped, I think, just after 2 seasons, which is really a shame, because it was great. It was just really well done. They really take voice acting super serious in Japan, and it showed for how they dubbed it, and it was definitely very interesting. I've heard little bits of some of the dubs, and there are some really good ones. I think the Spanish dub is great, the Mexican Spanish, and yeah, just I've seen like some of the other ones. The Polish dub, it seems pretty good, though I don't really have as much familiarity with them as I did the Japanese dub. I didn't really watch whole episodes in it or anything, but they seemed good just from looking at the songs and stuff, and yeah, there are a lot of countries where they're really taking the dubs seriously, and that's pretty cool. And there are also a lot of countries where the dubs absolutely suck, which is occasionally amusing, but kind of sad for the people who live in those countries. Next question is from Another Gaze and Kevin Miller, and it is, what is my favorite song in the show so far? And yeah, I think my answer there is still A True True Friend, which has been my answer for a long time now, but I just really, really love that song. It's this just delightful song, so upbeat and positive and just warm. It really makes me feel good, and I really love listening to it, and it is at the heart of why I really, really love Magical Mystery Cure despite its flaws. It's just this great magical song, and it has all of the ponies singing on it, and it's just something special. Next question is from Gold Glee Gamer 1, and it is, what are my top 10 MLP songs so far? Well, that's kind of hard to sort out since there are so many good songs on the show, but I would say that 1 is A True True Friend, as we just discussed. 2 is This Day Aria. 3 is The Magic Inside, because wow, Lena Hall can sing. 4 is Shine Like Rainbows, which is better than any credit song ever deserves to be. 5 would be Rarity's dressmaking song, The Art of the Dress, because yeah, there are a lot of great Rarity songs at this point, but that's still my favorite. Even after 5 whole seasons, it's still a delight every time I listen to it. Really, really catchy, fun song. 6 is Pinky's Present from the recent A Heartwarming Tale. Just really love the sound of it. 7 is Apples to the Core, which is one of the catchiest songs they've ever done. 8 is Celestia's Ballad. I mean, beautiful, beautiful song that really captures that moment perfectly. 9 would actually be Friendship Through the Ages from the Rainbow Rock shorts, which is maybe a weird pick, but I just love the sound of it overall. I mean, maybe Pinkie Pie's part is a bit jarring when it comes in, but really love the sound of the chorus and just the overall way it feels. It's really a great song. 10 is You'll Play Your Part, which, I mean, maybe the Twilight part is a bit long, but once it gets to all the princesses, Celestia, Cadence, and Luna, it just becomes magical just for how they harmonize and just the soaring feel of it. It's really great. And some honorable mentions are Say Goodbye to the Holiday, Equestria Girls, the Cafeteria song, Rules of Rarity, and Awesome as I Want to Be, just because I love my silly Rainbow Dash song there. Next question is from Forest6, and it is, who's my favorite writer for MLP? Well, my favorite writer of all time on the show is M.A. Larson. I think he is the most consistent, and not just consistent in the fact that he doesn't write bad episodes, but consistent in the fact that everything he writes is pretty much great. He's written some of my favorites like The Cutie Map and Sonic Rainboom, Cutie Mark Chronicles, Ponyville Confidential, just so many episodes that are so good that really, yeah, he is definitely the best as far as I'm concerned. But considering he's not currently writing on the show, at least for Season 6, if you mean to ask who is my favorite that we currently have writing, that becomes a bit more difficult. I'm really impressed with Joanna Lewis and Christine Sanko. They wrote my favorite episode, and also some other episodes I really enjoy, Gauntlet of Fire. But I would say probably my favorite overall is Nick Confalone. He started really good with Party Pooped, but he's just gotten better with each consecutive episode. Hearthbreakers was really great, really loved it. Touching episode with just some super enjoyable characters. And then there was No Second Prances, which was just amazing, just what it did for both Starlight and Trixie. It was this great episode, and I was really impressed with it. And then he topped that even with the Saddle Row Review, which one of the best episodes we've ever had, and just consistently hilarious and amazing, and I love it. And I'm really eager to see just where he goes from here, because, I mean, it's been great so far. And he looks to be the new star of the writing team. Next question is from Abyssal Claws, and it is, what do I think of M.A. Larson not writing on this season? Well, I think it's disappointing news. There's no getting around that. I was pretty concerned about it going into the season, but I mean, so far it's proven to not be that big a problem. I mean, the writing team has done a pretty good job even without him. He's an asset when he's there, but there are other talented people on the team, so I think they can make do. I mean, Season 4, that already proved that they could. I mean, M.A. Larson wasn't there for any of Season 4, and Season 4 was pretty good. And Season 6 so far is also really good, and the other writers are stepping up. Nick Confalone, as I said, and a lot of the other newer writers, they're doing a great job, and so far Season 6 has been great, and I think it will continue to be great. Next question is from Ender Heratz, and it is, can I describe M.A. Larson in one word? Well, I think I would go with bold. His episode ideas are always so out there, so just bigger than you would expect, larger than life. He has these crazy, just episodes that are beyond what you would expect from a normal episode of MLP. Stuff like Cutie Mark Chronicles and It's About Time, and just Magical Mystery Cure, Magic Duel, Slice of Life. I mean, he's the guy who wrote Slice of Life. What more can be said there? And yeah, the Cutie Map, and just so many others. Luna Eclipsed, Sonic Rainboom. Just all of his episodes are just so bold and so just big that yeah, that's what comes to mind for that. Next question is from Abyssal Claws, and it is, what do I think of Josh Haber? Well, I think he's a pretty good writer. Probably the best of the new to Season 4 crop, or at least it seems that way, because Ed Valentine and the woman who wrote Mod Pie haven't got enough episodes yet. But yeah, he's definitely done a lot of episodes since he joined the crew, and they're pretty good ones for the most part. I really like Simple Ways. I really like Castlemania's pretty good. Really liked the Cutie Remark, of course. That's a great one. Probably his best. Really love that. My favorite finale. And I thought Friendship Games was pretty good. He's a good writer. And as for him as the new story editor, I think it's a pretty solid choice. I'm not sure who else could have filled the role with Larson not writing on this season and Rogers gone. I mean, you have like Dave Polsky, who's been there since Season 1, but I don't know if Polsky's really the story editor type. He seems more the sort of writer who benefits from having a story editor than the person who would do the editing himself. So yeah, I don't think he would have been the go-to guy, and mostly it's newer writers at this point, and if Megan McCarthy can't do it, I'm not sure who else. I mean, Cindy Morrow, a lot of her episodes aren't very good, so I don't think that would have been a good fit either. So yeah, I think he's a perfectly fine fit as story editor and seems to be doing a pretty good job at it so far. Yeah, because Season 6 has been pretty excellent. Which actually brings me right to my next question from Super Cyclone Productions. What do I think of Season 6 for MLP so far? Well, yeah, as I just said, I think it's pretty excellent. I think it's, like, amazingly good. There was one episode I didn't like, Applejack's Day Off, and one episode I felt was kind of mad, The Crystalling. But other than that, it's been really pretty great. I've liked pretty much everything. And some stuff I've really, really liked. The Saddle Row Review, No Second Prances, A Heartwarming Tale, Gauntlet of Fire. Those have all been just thoroughly excellent episodes. Flutterbrudder, that's another one, just remarkable episode. And, yeah, that's a pretty big chunk of this season, so it's en route to being possibly the best season over Season 5, though I don't know if it'll get there. If it doesn't, it'll be second best season, I'm pretty sure. I mean, maybe the second half will completely suck, and then it won't be second best season, but so far, it is really on pace to be just that, and I've really been enjoying it, and can't wait for this hiatus to end so we can get back to it. Next question is from Prudence the Apprentice, Random Traveler, and the Nuke Fist, and it is, what do I think will happen during Season 6? What are my theories, predictions, and hopes for what we still have left in Season 6? Well, I don't really know. I mean, these questions were asked at the start of the season before much had aired, so there was probably much more to say about this at that point. But so far, I don't know what else there is to say. I mean, I would have hoped to see Rainbow Dash become a Wonderbolt. That happened. I would have hoped to see Rarity expand her business some more. That's happened. Basically, at this point, I hope to see more stuff with the map, more stuff with Flurry Heart. I want to see that actually come and have some purpose. Want to see the Changelings, which we have seen maybe set up to be important this season. I want to see more with Starlight. That's a big thing, actually. I really want to see more Starlight Glimmer, and I want to see her actually interact with the other main 6 ponies some more. Like, actually see her start to develop some relationships with Rarity, Applejack, Pinkie Pie. Because we've seen them interact to some extent, like at the beginning of No Second Prances and at the very end in the montage for the cutie remark. But I want to see them actually start to develop some bonds, like what we saw in Season 1, just ponies who don't know each other very well, sort of starting to come together and maybe form something. Like, just episodes with maybe just an episode, just Starlight and just Rarity, or just Starlight, just Fluttershy, and just see how that goes. I mean, just Starlight and just Fluttershy, that could be really something. I mean, since going back to the cutie map, they had something there. And maybe Fluttershy still has some feelings about that. I don't know. It could be pretty interesting, though. I would like to see a lot of that kind of thing with Starlight and just see where it goes. Though, we'll see if they actually go into that this season. Next question is from Kingway's Favorites, and it is, what do I think the MLP Season 6 finale will be? Well, as I said in that earlier question, I'm hoping it's the Changelings. It looked like a Changeling at the end of the Crystalling, and people keep saying Changelings, and I'm really hoping that is actually what happens, that we see the Changelings again, that we see Chrysalis again. That would be really cool, and I'd love to see it. And, yeah, I hope that's what we get. Though, if we don't get that, hopefully it's still something good. Next question is from Perry Pinkie Potter and Sasami-chan, and it is, if I could have anything happen in an MLP episode, no matter how unlikely it is to ever happen, what would I want it to be? Well, I don't have too much for this, really. There are things I would like to see happen, as I just covered a couple questions ago. I'd like to see Starlight and the other main 6 members form some bonds, but I really think that will happen eventually, and can't think of too much else, really. I mean, I would like to see another Rarity Rainbow Dash episode. That would be excellent. Just anything with them, any situation that calls for them being together and having to solve a problem together. I would like a map episode with them. That'd be awesome. Though that's really not that's really not something that isn't ever going to happen in my wildest dreams. So not really a good answer for this. But that's the thing. I don't think there is much that won't happen that I would like to happen. I mean, I guess I could say I want RarityDash to happen as a ship, but I don't necessarily do, since, as I said, that would kind of just throw the show out of balance and ruin a lot of things for a lot of people. But, yeah, I don't know. Can't really think of too much that would satisfactorily answer this question. So I think I'll just move on. Next question is from that Mellow guy that likes RarityDash, and it is, if they made a season 7 or 8, but it really sucked bad, would I drop the show? I think I'm in too deep. I don't think I could drop the show ever. I'm going to see this through and keep going, and if it starts to suck, I'll just let people know about it in my reviews. That could just be a harsher critic, which, I mean, maybe that wouldn't be as much fun. Maybe I'm just saying this now. Maybe if it did start to suck and I had to be negative all the time, then I would drop it. It just feels like I'm too far deep into this, and I don't think I could really walk away from it. That would just, not be something that I could do. Though I really don't see it deteriorating like that. I can't see it really happening. I think Hasbro has too much into it, and they understand the formula for making it good so well that they can't really screw it up. I mean, not majorly. So, yeah, I don't really know. Next question is from Chaos Slicer, and it is, do I think My Little Pony will get the fabled G5 that everyone's been theorizing about, as in another generation after the fourth one finally ends? And if so, what do I think the fifth generation will be about? Well, I think I mentioned this in an earlier answer, but yeah, I think a G5 will definitely eventually happen, though maybe not for a while, because, My Little Pony is not going to just simply go away. It's just this thing that is so prevalent in the culture. It has as much a chance of going away entirely as Transformers does. There will always be incarnations and just different forms of it, different versions. They'll keep bringing it back so they can sell the toys to every generation of little kids. And there'll be a G5 and a G6 and G7. I really think so. But it'll be probably pretty spaced out, and G5, I think, could happen just on the tail end of G4, though, as said, I don't think it'll happen quite for a little while, because they really want to get their all out of G4 and get all the money they can out of it, and keep the fans happy, and but when G5 does happen, what will it be about? Well, I think it'll be similar to G4. I think that they'll follow the formula and try and do the same thing, try and capture the same success, and please the fan base they already have, so that it'll continue. I don't see them going back to the G3 formula, because they found one that leads to more success, and you would have to be pretty stupid to go backwards and make crap again. Because, I mean, you have a magic formula that makes money, so you're going to use it. You're not going to go back and make stuff that only appeals to little girls and only sells to little girls, and just doesn't stimulate anyone, doesn't really bring anyone all that much joy except little girls who like plastic toys. And they're not going to go back to that. They're going to keep going with stuff that is enjoyable, stuff that does follow the G4 formula, and that is why I think the fan base will always be around in some form. Next question is from Abyssal Claws, and it is, what do I value as the most important lesson from MLP? Well, I'm not really someone who puts much stock in the lessons. It's fine, it's nice for the kids, but it's not something I really ever paid that much attention to. I'm actually someone who's pretty glad that we phased out the letters and all that, and now just let the episode convey the message on its own. I just think it's better when we're not being so heavy-handed with the moralizing. But it has taught some pretty good things. The show, I do like a lot of them. Suited for Success comes to mind because it's a lesson that works on multiple levels. There's a stated moral, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, all that. That's a good lesson. And then it also has, the message about creativity and how you shouldn't meddle in someone else's creativity and try and control it to your own ends because they know what they're doing more than you. And, it's better to just step back and let them do their own thing. And I also like that episode's sort of counterpart several seasons later, Canterlot Boutique, because I think that's a pretty important thing there too, that creative expression is more important than actual success, that if you're being forced to just do something to be successful, that's not going to lead to happiness, that's not going to lead to actual satisfaction, it's just going to lead to not being happy at all. What really leads to being satisfied as a creative person is being allowed to create, being allowed to do your own thing and do what you want to do, and that is where success will be found. And I think that's a pretty cool thing. And there are a lot of other good ones too, but can't think of too much else that comes to mind at this moment. And the final question of this subcategory is from Zedpool1991, and it is, if I could make a crossover with MLP and something else, what would that something else be? Well, I don't know. I'm not really someone who thinks too much about crossovers and the like. I guess maybe Steven Universe could work. That would be kind of cool. I think they would sort of fit together, kind of got a similar thing going to some extent. Though I guess Steven Universe is quite a bit more serious in a way, though it's still kind of silly. I'm not sure. I'm not really as super into so many things as maybe a lot of people are. Can't really think of too much that I would just be dying to see crossed over with MLP. Next subcategory is Hypotheticals. These are just silly little situations involving the MLP characters and what I would do or whatever. First one comes from DSRGen X, and it is, if my OC pony met Rarity face to face, what do I think she would do? Well, if Serendipity met Rarity face to face, she would probably just flirt with her just aggressively, because that's the kind of pony she is, and she just would go for it. And it probably wouldn't go very well, but she'd try her best. Next question comes from the Gaming King QP, and it is, what would I do if I met Rarity and Rainbow Dash in real life? Well, I would be a little more reserved than my OC. I would probably just talk to them and try and get to know them, introduce myself, and just see how it went. I would maybe be a little excited, but I'd try and not show too much of it. I would try and keep myself contained so I didn't scare them, didn't frighten them, or anything like that. With Rarity, I'd especially be so, but Rainbow Dash I'd be a little more energetic, probably just because I know she can take it and would be a little more open maybe to weird human. I mean, I don't know if I'm a human. That question doesn't specify. If I'm a pony, then maybe I would be a little bit more just normal and natural. But I don't know. I wouldn't really do anything to just make them just think, oh, this person's weird. I would try and avoid that as much as I could. And just treat it fairly normal, though make it clear that I'm interested in maybe being their friend. Next question is from Random Pool Guy, and it is, do I ever fantasize about being a pony and going on adventures with the main six? Well, no, not really. I kind of don't. Probably be pretty cool to go on adventures with the main six as a pony. That would be fun, but I don't really have active thoughts about that very often. I mean, maybe I have before, but not really something I think about a lot. Next question is from Kingway's Favorites, and it is, can I imagine if any main characters, including Spike, got their soulmates? I do the shipping thing. I ship the characters, but I don't know. Soulmates, I don't... it's kind of a weird term to me. not something I really put much stock into. Yeah, just not really sure what to make of this question or what to really answer it with. I already talked about all my shipping preferences, so just refer back to that, I guess. That's pretty much the thought I put into character relationships. Next question is from Best Pony Noticed Me, and it is, Discord invites me to go on a trip with him to a ski resort. Do I accept? Yeah, definitely. I mean, it sounds like a lot of fun. I've never been to a ski resort for one thing, and it'd probably be a pretty cool thing to try at least once. And going with Discord, yeah, that'd probably be pretty awesome. I mean, maybe it'd be kind of terrifying depending on what kind of mischief he gets into, but I think it'd be pretty cool, most likely. I mean, we're talking current Discord, right? Reformed Discord, not evil Discord. So I would think it'd be pretty safe. I mean, maybe it'd be a little bit just out there and weird, and I'd probably be at least subjected to something kind of that I don't want to be, but I think for the most part it'd be pretty fun just spending some time with Discord. Discord's pretty awesome. Next question comes from Pre-Been Cool, and it is the longest question that was asked of me, so bear with me here. Let's say I was actually in the MLP world, but I have been kidnapped to an unknown location where I find a big room, 2 cages, and a pit of lava. In one cage is my favorite main good character, a main 6 character, most likely, while the other cage is my favorite good villain character, Starlight, Discord, etc. I cannot save both, and they cannot save themselves. I have to choose either the first cage or the second, good or villain. The other cage will fall, and that pony will die. Would I choose the villain even though they have gone good, or choose the more pure-hearted one to live? If I choose the bad, the whole main 6 will hate me forever, or if I choose the main 6, I'll still have the memory of that pony screaming in pain for the rest of my life, and everyone that they are friends with will also hate me. Or would I choose to do nothing, sensing both to die? Am I good or am I bad in an MLP scenario? I will never escape unless I choose one or none. So, yeah, that's quite the question. And yeah, it's basically Rarity or Starlight, and the answer for me is pretty obvious. I'm going to say Rarity. I love Starlight, but yeah, I don't think I'd even hesitate there, because it's Rarity, and I gotta save her. And she's Starlight. I really appreciate her. I really think she's come such a long way, but she did do some bad things, some very bad things, and Rarity is important. She's one of the main 6, one of the elements of harmony, and I don't think the ponies could really go on without her, and it would suck to lose Starlight, but I mean, the question makes it pretty clear that a choice is needed, and I'm definitely not going to choose neither of them, because that would just be doubly bad, and certainly wouldn't get me out of any trouble. That would just make everyone hate me, I think, and I'm not going to do that. So yeah, gotta go with Rarity there. Next question comes from Ivano Cuella, and it is, if I could have any of Pinkie Pie's supernatural powers, like pulling stuff out of thin air, Pinkie Sense, teleportation, which one would I have and why? Well, it all seems like pretty cool stuff, though I think I would go with the teleportation, just being able to pop up wherever I want to, wherever I need to. That would be really cool. That would come just in handy all the time, and I'd really get my all out of that kind of power. I mean, the hammer space, being able to just pull whatever I need out of nowhere, that's cool too. That would be something awesome, but nothing really compares to the teleportation in terms of what Pinkie can do. Pinkie Sense is neat too, being able to sense things before they happen, but it seems limited and only good for small and immediate events, as she said, or just random things, really. It just seems too unpredictable to be that useful. So, yeah, definitely thinking the teleportation there. Next question comes from Sarcasm at its Finest. Would I be mad if a human just showed up in the Ponyverse, or not? How would I feel? I think I would be, kind of concerned about that. That would be kind of a bad move, I think. In G1, Megan has a place, since she's smarter than the ponies. She actually gets the plot moving in the right direction and actually is able to help the stupid ponies get something done. But humans really aren't needed in G4 at all, because the ponies are smart, they know what they're doing, and having a human, it would just be a distraction and not really add anything very much. I mean, yeah, why would we just want a human to show up? I mean, it's already been made clear that humans don't exist in Equestria or in that world, because Twilight doesn't know what they are when she goes to the Equestria Girls world. So it would break continuity, I mean, unless one came from the Equestria Girls world and didn't transform, which would be weird. But other than that, I just don't think it would be a good thing to have happen at this point. Next question is from Narrator007, and it is, if I could trade in my car for a pony for my transportation needs, would I go with a Earth Pony, Unicorn, or Pegasus? Well, definitely not Earth Ponies, since that would be really no different than trading my car in for a horse, which, yeah, that's not really a good idea unless you live in a very rural environment, which I don't. Unicorn or Pegasus could work, though. I mean, it'd be pretty cool to fly everywhere on the back of a unicorn. I think I would go with Pegasus, though, because teleporting would be even more awesome. Just instantaneously get places I need to go. I mean, I'd have a pony there when I got there, which would be kind of weird, but I guess I just have to get used to explaining that. Next question comes from James A. Williams, and it is, how would I react if Maud was an earthbender? Well, I don't think that would change things very much. I mean, she might be an earthbender already. Remember how far she threw that rock and how easily it broke for her? Or, I mean, it seemed so instantaneously that she chipped it into nothing. And she just has a sense for the earth, and really exhibits a lot of earthbender traits already. So yeah, Maud as an earthbender, it really wouldn't, I don't think most people would even notice. Next question comes from James A. Williams as well, and it is, would I like to see the G4 cast sing a song about socks? This is going back to that Very Minty Christmas thing I watched, the G3 thing, and my reaction to the socks song, which was yeah, that was something. That was one of those moments that I'll never forget. If you skip my reaction to A Very Minty Christmas, it's definitely one worth watching, just because there is so much just what the hell is this material in there that it's pretty interesting. But yeah, if the G4 cast sung a song about socks, I would be pretty concerned. I would think that was pretty strange, since that's pretty atypical for the sort of thing that G4 is really about. Though, it would also probably be pretty funny, also be pretty amusing, pretty interesting. And I mean, since there is the whole sock thing with MLP fan art, it might be kind of amusing for that, just to suddenly get a song about socks. I think that would be kind of fun in a way, though. For the most part, I hope it doesn't happen. Next question is from Kyo Eclipse, and it is, if I could fuse any two ponies together or change the type of pony that anyone in the MLP universe was, what, who, and why? Well, fuse ponies together. I don't think I want to do that, at least not permanently. I mean, maybe if it was a temporary fusion, like Steven Universe, just fuse them together for a little while, that could be kind of cool with any of them, really. I mean, I'd like to see a Rarity Rainbow Dash fusion. That would be kind of fun. But I definitely wouldn't want to see the characters fused together permanently. That would just rob us of a character, I think. I mean, we'd have a fusion character, but it wouldn't really be the same. And change pony type? Well, obviously, I would want to see Rarity become an alicorn. I mean, Princess Rarity, gotta happen. Though seriously, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know if I'd change anyone's type. Because Because, I mean, I think they fit pretty well. I mean, some people seem to think Fluttershy would make a better Earth pony, but I like that she's a Pegasus, and I like that Applejack's an Earth pony and that Pinkie Pie's an Earth pony. I don't think I'd really mess with it. I mean, it works. So, yeah, I don't think I'd do any of that kind of thing, ultimately. I mean, unless the fusion was temporary, as I said. Then just experiment with all of it, although then the show would get accused of copying Steven Universe, which probably wouldn't be good. But, yeah. Next question comes from Book Lover, and it is, would I rather be a pony in Equestria or a human in Equestria? If I would want to be a pony, would I rather be an Earth pony, Pegasus, or a unicorn? Well, I think I would definitely like to be a pony more than a human. Being a human in Equestria, you'd be treated as something different, something strange, something they've never seen before, and that wouldn't really be as much fun. You'd be kind of an outcast, and it'd just be a lot easier to make friends and fit in if you were a pony like the others, and I think I just like that more. As for whether I'd be an Earth pony, a Pegasus, or a unicorn, well, definitely not an Earth pony. That definitely seems like the worst option. Pegasus or unicorn, either way would be pretty fun. Pegasus, you get to fly around, and that's pretty awesome. Unicorn, though, you get to do magic, and that's probably more awesome, so I think I'd go with unicorn. It'd probably be easier adjusting to that than to having to use hooves for everything. I mean, maybe learning how to do magic would be kind of weird, since not really a correlation for that, but once I mastered it, then I'd be able to do pretty much everything I can with hands, so that'd be good. And the final question for this subcategory is from the Nuke Fist, and it is, what do I think of the idea if Rarity spent the whole day with Grunkle, Stan, Mabel, and Dipper? So we're going Gravity Falls crossover here, and I think it'd be pretty fun. It'd probably make for a pretty fun Gravity Falls sort of deal. I mean, Mabel would be thrilled to have a pretty unicorn with her there, and she'd probably be hugging and brushing Rarity and all sorts of stuff like that. And Grunkle Stan would want to make some money off of her, show her in the shack, and just sort of take advantage of the situation. And Dipper would be the only one sort of actually being sensible and trying to convince the others to abide by Rarity's feelings and not sort of overwhelm her and just be the voice of reason there. And yeah, it'd probably be pretty fun, pretty entertaining. And that is actually a pretty good transition into our next major category, which is non-MLP related media. All media that doesn't feature ponies. Starting with the first subcategory, which is Gravity Falls. And the first question, which is from Kitty Karras and Book Lover, and it is, who are my top 3 favorite characters in Gravity Falls? Well, number 1 is Mabel. I made that pretty clear during the reactions. I just find her absolutely infectious. She's so hilarious, and the level of energy that they brought to her character, it really astounds me. Kristen Shaw, she's just amazing with that voice, and just how much fun Mabel just personifies. It's great to me. Second would be Stan, Grunkle Stan. He's just a great character, just in concept. That we have this character who is so not a good role model as the adult character in a Disney cartoon, as the would-be voice of authority, the guy who should be guiding these characters and acting as an adult. That we have someone like Stan for that part. That just is one of the most incredible things about Gravity Falls, and I just love what they do with Stan. He's always manages to make me laugh, and just a really funny character. Number 3 is where it gets a lot more difficult. I like a lot of the characters. I do really like Wendy. She's incredible, though. I mean, she's designed pretty much to be just super appealing in all sorts of ways, so that we totally understand why Dipper has this thing for her. I also like Dipper too. I mean, I don't really tend to like the protagonist best, but Dipper's a good one. He's a likable kid. Also Seuss is hilarious, really funny guy, and just also immediately likable. He has this level of depth to him that just makes him more than just the funny sidekick. He he's a good character. I would say my number 3, actually, though, is probably Pacifica. I really like what they did with her whole arc, and even when she was an antagonist, she was always an amusing one, and I just liked the attitude that she had, and the way that they presented her redemption arc was also just really well done, I thought. I mean, it was only basically in 2 episodes, but both of them hit all the right notes, I think. And, yeah, I just rather like her. So, yeah. Next question comes from the Guy of Games and TV, Matt MC123, Paige Stacy, and Arturo M. And it is, what is my favorite episode of Gravity Falls? Well, it's kind of hard to limit it to just one, since there are so many great episodes, so I'll name a few here. Starting with what is probably my favorite, though I'm not entirely sure, and that would be The Last Mabelcorn. I just think that's a great episode. It's absolutely hilarious. All the stuff with the unicorns is amazing. Celesta Bella Bethabel is this great, just this really great guest character, and it's one of Mabel's best episodes, and it also has a pretty good B-plot with Ford and Dipper, and yeah, just overall, it does everything right, I think, and is one of the most enjoyable times ever in Gravity Falls, as far as I'm concerned. Second would be, well, probably not second, but the second one I'm naming at least is Blendin's Game, which I think is one of the most emotionally affecting episodes in the entire series, with the stuff that it did with Seuss. Really added a lot of depth to his character, and it was just really well done in that regard. And it was also a really fun episode with all the gladiatorial stuff with Blendin and the twins and all that. Just all this crazy stuff happening, all this just pure fun, and that's what I'm really looking for in Gravity Falls, so that's always going to be a favorite. Another, going with one of the more iconic episodes of the series, would be Not What He Seems. That's a great episode. Just the level of suspense it manages, the tension. It's one of the more serious episodes as opposed to one of the more comedic, but it really does it well. It really just builds up on this about the questions we have regarding Stan, and the ending is just it's just this crazy moment, and it's great. It's done really, really well, and though it is a more serious episode, it also does still have some pretty good funny bits, lots of good jokes in there if you watch it, and yeah, it's just overall really, really good. And to go with another big one, I feel I should probably mention at least one part of Weirdmageddon, which all of Weirdmageddon's pretty damn excellent, but my favorite part is probably actually part 1. Part 3 was good, it's a good resolution, but there are bits that maybe could have been done better in retrospect. The resolution with Bill, maybe, I don't know. But part 1, I think everything was done perfectly. Just the way it sets up the entire arc, it's just great, and so much fun is had in every regard there, and it is just it's just such a satisfying episode to watch that really, what is there not to love there? And finally, to make it a round 5, I feel I should probably mention at least something from season 1. So my favorite episode there is probably the Time Traveler's Pig, going with another Blendin episode. I just think so much fun is had in that episode. It's just the time travel stuff is great, Blendin is great, and yeah, we meet Waddles, who is adorable, and the conflict between Dipper having to choose between Mabel's happiness and his own. That sort of conflict was done a number of times in Gravity Falls, but I think here it might be the best. I think this is where it might have worked the best, and I just think it was really well done overall. And there are other episodes that I really, really enjoy, and I'm not even sure those are my top 5, since I'd really have to think about it a lot harder. But for now, I think that's just what I'll go with. Those 5 are the ones that come to mind immediately. Next question comes from Arturo M, and it is, what is my least favorite episode of Gravity Falls? Well, that's a bit difficult, since I don't think there are any bad episodes of Gravity Falls. I pretty much like all of them. I think they're all pretty amusing, all pretty funny. The series has this wonderful sense of humor and just fun factor to it that it's hard not to enjoy it when the characters are pretty much doing anything. So, it's hard to dislike an episode of Gravity Falls. If there's one that does the least for me, though, I would probably say it's, the first anthology episode, Bottomless Pit. I like some things. I like the frame story of them falling into the pit. That's good. And Stan's story, brief as it is highly amusing. But the main stories, none of them do too much for me. I mean, they're cute enough concepts, but there isn't a lot of depth there, and just overall, I don't think they have much takeaway. And I think that the second time they did an anthology episode, Little Gift Shop of Horrors, that was a much better episode. I think those stories had a lot more to offer, with like smart waddles and the weird claymation episode. That stuff was great. So since there's a much better anthology episode, that just makes the first one look just a lot worse in comparison. So, I'm going to go with Bottomless Pit. And the last Gravity Falls question is from Weeaboo123, and it is Season 1 or Season 2 of Gravity Falls? Well, given my answer to the favorite episodes question, you can probably already tell this, but I do prefer Season 2. I think just overall it was better. Season 1 had a lot of great episodes and was just overall a lot of fun, but Season 2 just outdid it, I think. Moving on to the next subcategory, we got Steven Universe. And the first question is from Marta Gravilka, and it is, what are my thoughts on Steven Universe so far? Well, I've really loved it. I'm caught up now, and I've just enjoyed the ride immensely. It started off slow. First several episodes, I was like, I could take it or leave it. But then it really started to get going, and I just came to really love everything about the characters and the world, and just really everything that it has to offer. Really became invested and just enjoyed pretty much everything. It's rare that there's an episode I outright dislike, and it's just become a favorite series of mine. I mean, not my very favorite, but it's a series that I really just love, and I'm very, very happy that I was that people told me to react to it and that I did, because it was definitely worth it. Next question comes from 69 Views and Strongfish91, and it is, do I prefer Steven Universe or Gravity Falls? Well, that's kind of an odd question to me, as they don't seem directly comparable. Gravity Falls is much more of a traditional sort of cartoon, focused on just silly characters and fun stuff, and there are some dramatic moments and elements, but it seems very much to take a backseat to the humor and just the fun aspect of things. Steven Universe, on the other hand, is more focused on its storytelling and on developing its characters, and I mean, there is character development in Gravity Falls, don't get me wrong, but Steven Universe, that's what it's all about, really, and it does have humor, too. It's funny, it has a lot of great humorous moments, but the focus is definitely more on building up to the dramatic and just the overall progression of the story. And, yeah, it takes a lot more nods from, like, anime and stuff. So they're just very different series to me. It's very hard to compare them. I would say that Gravity Falls was a much more immediate, a much more immediate series for me. Basically from the first episode, I was already in love with all the characters and the idea of it. And I can't say the same for Steven Universe. It took me several episodes for me to get into it. There's probably, with Gravity Falls, fewer episodes that feel unessential to me than with Steven Universe. I mean, most of the episodes in Steven Universe at least do something, but some of them, they're not really that much fun to watch. Gravity Falls, pretty much every episode I enjoy watching. But at the end of the day, I think in terms of overall investment, Steven Universe left me with more. The characters, I think, matter a bit more to me, and I think the story has affected me more. I mean, it's more dramatic, so it has that advantage going into it. But, I mean, Gravity Falls did some great things with the story too in the end, but I think Steven Universe has the slight edge. And I mean, it also has the edge in that it's still ongoing, and there's still more for me to see. Gravity Falls, it ended after 2 seasons, which is kind of a shame. Yeah, just going by all that, I think I have to give the slight edge to Steven Universe. Though, yeah, in my head, they're just so different that it's kind of silly to even compare them. And also, for the record, if you were wondering, I still prefer MLP to both of them. Next question comes from Cube Dragon, Destiny Knight, Arturo M, Kitty Karras, Paige Stacy, and Book Lover. And it is the favorite character question. Who is my favorite Steven Universe character? Who are my top 3? I'm going to give you 5 just because there are a few characters I think are worth talking about. And number 1 is, as pretty much everyone suspects and probably already knows, Amethyst. I just really love her character. I think she's super funny and super just fun, and yeah, she's a great character. She always makes me smile, always makes me laugh. I mean, sometimes maybe they go a bit too far with her humor or give her a line that's just kind of painful, but for the most part, it always usually works pretty well with me. And I just think she's also a compelling character. I like the depth that they've brought to her with episodes like Too Far and On the Run and just all of those great Amethyst episodes. And yeah, just because she reminds me of Rainbow Dash with like a dash of Pinkie Pie thrown in. She has this great dichotomy of being this person who likes to, or who tries to exude this just overall cool, but she also has like these underlying issues in regards to self-confidence and self-worth, self-image, and I just think that's a compelling mix. I always like that sort of thing. I mean, it's, well, not relatable since that's not like what I am like at all, but it's compelling. It's interesting, and I also like her fighting style. Whips are cool. I Castlevania fan going way back, so definitely appreciate whip fighting. And yeah, she's just a great character. Definitely my favorite. Number 2 is probably yeah, Peridot. Peridot is number 2. I just after her arc at the end of Season 2, it's hard to rank her anywhere beneath that point. Because she's just so cute, so fun, and just such an enjoyable, likable character that, yeah, she definitely earns that spot for me. She's just great. Number 3 for me would actually be one of the human characters. I'm not sure. It's either Connie or Greg, and whoever it isn't would be the number 4, so I'll just talk about both of them. Connie, I really appreciate. I mean, a lot of people talk about the great development that Stevens went through, but Connie, it's just as great in my opinion. I mean, from the first episode where we meet her, where she's just this sad, lonely girl who is just sort of at the mercy of her overprotecting, overbearing parents and just sort of friendless and alone, to now where she's fighting gym monsters with a big sword and has this a greater sense of confidence and just seems so much more assured than where she was before. I mean, Steven's birthday, that was a good episode for her, just her deciding that the real important thing was to be there for Steven no matter what. And I think it's just special what they've done with her, and she's just very much likable, and I really like whenever she's in an episode. I mean, pretty much all her episodes have been great. and she's the perfect complement to Steven, I think. And then there's Greg, who is just a great character, infinitely likable, and the source of some of the best humor in the series, too. I mean, he's hilarious, and also, I mean, he has some great songs, too. Like a Comet, love that song, one of my favorites, and Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart, and yeah, then his with Rose, What Can I Do For You, some of the great, some really great songs there, and they also manage a surprising amount of character development with Greg, and just sort of how he feels sort of cast aside, and he wants to impress the gyms. I mean, we had the Wailing Stone episode, and but he sort of feels, I think, like this accessory to everything, and like not really needed, which it's pretty compelling. And then there's also this sort of guilt, I think, and for how he sort of changed things so much with Rose, and sort of feels responsible for that. I think that's led to some really great things in the series, and has just been super compelling. And I'm always glad when we get an episode more focused on Greg. And then fifth, I would say, would be Lapis Lazuli. And that's just going mostly on potential, since she hasn't been in a lot of episodes yet and still seems to have a lot of developing left to do. I mean, right now she's just sort of sullen and bitter, but I think there's great potential with her as a character, and she also has one of the best designs in the series, and just really, really cool powers, and I think she'll end up being one of my favorites once I do a bit more with her. Right now, she's a bit rough around the edges. Barnmates kind of left her. I mean, there was promise. It ended on a hopeful note that things are going to get better, that she's going to start coming around and being more accepting of others. But yeah, she still has some growing to do, I think. And yeah, those are probably my favorites. I also really like Garnet, don't worry, and Pearl. She's my least favorite of the main characters, but I still like her. And Steven, of course. I love Steven. He's great. He'd probably be close to those five, like 6 or 7. And there are lots of other great characters, lots of minor characters I like. I like Sadie and Lars. And yeah, the series is just full of great characters. Next question comes from Mr. the Dralum, and it is, what are my favorite Steven Universe episodes? Well, I think I'll give you my top 10, or what is roughly my top 10. I don't know if this is exactly the right order, but these are my 10 favorites. One would be On the Run. I just really love that great Amethyst episode where we first really just dig deep and get to the core of her character and her issues, and it's all really interesting, really fascinating. There's also a great song, and it introduces like the concept of the kindergarten, which and gyms being created and all that, and it's just this big episode that is really just excellent, I think. Number 2 would be Sworn to the Sword, best song in the series. Great Connie episode. I really like the whole idea of her learning to sword fight. I think that was just this perfect move to have her go in that direction. And it's also a great Pearl episode for all the stuff that it touches on with her character. It's just really one of the best in the series, but just definitely really, really love that episode. 3, I would say Log Date 7152. It's just a hilarious episode and super cute. I mean, Peridot is just adorable there, and it's also just the perfect end to her little Reformation arc. It seals her character development and her what she did in the previous episode before it, and it's just highly amusing and just highly enjoyable. Definitely one of my favorites. 4, I would say Nightmare Hospital. I know some people criticize it for how unrealistic Dr. Maheshwaran's reactions are to like the gym mutants and finding a sword, But I think that's where a lot of the humor comes from, that she is so, like, willfully oblivious in a strange way. It's just it's just strangely amusing, and I mean, I'm kind of glad she didn't react in a more realistic way for for a mother finding out that her 12-year-old daughter is involved in this stuff, because then we probably never see Connie again, and that wouldn't be good. But yeah, it's a funny episode, and then the stuff with the gem mutants, it's really atmospheric. The creepy hospital, it really just captures this horror vibe, and it's all really highly enjoyable for me. Moving on, 5, I would say Onion Friend. I really love that episode. The stuff with Onion, it's so weird and just crazy and just strange and wrong that it just makes me laugh so hard, and I generally just really love Onion, period. And then to top that off, it's also a great Amethyst episode, showing her needing to have this connection with a friend, someone outside the gyms. I rather like that. I like that Amethyst is a character who does need that outside connection, that she does have this attachment to other people, and I mean, because this isn't the first time. Vidalia, she also had the wrestling thing that she felt she needed to be a part of, and the other gyms, they're content to mostly just keep to themselves. But Amethyst, she needs these connections, and I like seeing her actually have these connections, and I hope we see Vidalia again, because she was a cool character. And I just think that the exchange they had was a really just heartfelt one that I rather liked seeing. And yeah, that's just a great, memorable episode for me. 6, I would go with Jailbreak. It's the season 1 finale, and it's a great one. I mean, it's seriously epic. Garnet and Jasper's fight with that song, that's just probably one of the most iconic moments of the series, I would say. Because, I mean, that song, it's excellent. Second best of the series. And the fight is really cool, and it's just this great, great moment, and just everything about it works so well that, I mean, how could you really not like that one? 7, I would go with Lion 3 straight to video, which it's a good episode. We got all the stuff with Lion. It's all nice and mysterious and all that. But the big thing is that ending. It's just with Rose in the videotape, and it's just this heartfelt moment that just hits hard, and it's the episode that made me the most emotional. Especially since it ends after the videotape with that scene with Sadie, that just drives it home, and yeah, that one definitely really got to me. And 8, the other Lion episode, Lion 2, the movie, and that's mostly because that is the episode where I think the series really connected with me for the first time. Before that, I was mostly, it's pretty good, I could take it or leave it. But that episode, that made me a fan, I think. That one, because the episode does such a good job of selling the show, just selling the idea that Steven has this important magical destiny ahead of him. I mean, it gives you all just questions and no answers. I mean, we're taken to mysterious places, we see strange things appear, but we're not really told what they are for or what they're about yet. We have to wait like several episodes until Rose is scabbard for that. But yeah, just him pulling the sword out of the lion, and just everything there. It really sets up so much, and it gave me the idea that Steven Universe is going to be a series with like actually involving storytelling ahead for me, and that's the one that made me really excited, and I still appreciate it for that. And it's also just entertaining. I mean, we got like Dogcopter and just all sorts of fun stuff like that. So yeah, that's just a really good one. 9, I would go with Too Far, and that's mostly because It's another Amethyst episode, and she is my favorite, and it's a good one that shows both sides of her character, both her fun side and her more sensitive side, and I like it for that. And I also like what it does with Peridot. I think it's a great Peridot episode, and another reason I like it is that for the moment I am still kind of shipping Amidot there. I mean, maybe with Barnmates, I think maybe I might switch to Lapis and Peridot, though I'm not really sure yet. Amidot might still win. We'll have to see. And finally, for my 10th pick, this might be one that's somewhat contentious with some people, but I'm gonna say, say Uncle. Yeah, I know it's non-canon and the crossover episode with a series that a lot of people seem to not like, but I think it's just hilarious. One of the funniest episodes in the entire series, and just full of these weird, surreal moments and a lot of cleverness. It's not just dumb comedy. It's like we got meta humor and just clever wordplay, and I just appreciate watching it. It's not some lazy, stupid thing. It's something that took a lot of thought and creativity, and it's really just highly entertaining. I know I haven't seen an episode of Uncle Grandpa still, and I'm convinced probably that if I did watch Uncle Grandpa, I wouldn't really enjoy it too much, except maybe in just like small doses. But this, I think it works. This episode, it gets the balance just right, and all of it is just really fun. It's a great episode. And yeah, that's probably my top 10. Though there are also a lot of other great episodes, and maybe I'm overlooking one that I really love, but yeah, I think that's what I'll go with for now. Next question is from Collie Doug Gaming, and it is, what do I think of the music/soundtrack in Steven Universe? Well, I'm pretty impressed with it. I probably don't mention the music enough in the series, in my reactions. But I do notice it. I do notice when the soundtrack does something cool, and it really does a lot of the time. I mean, there are some definitely just really gorgeous background pieces, and it all sounds great. They know what they're doing for sure there. And as for the songs, the musical numbers, yeah, most of them are pretty impressive. I mean, I don't care for everything. I mean, especially when it's something that's just like Steven singing something on his ukulele. The low-key, just sort of happy, lackadaisical pieces, those really aren't my thing. Stuff like Giant Woman, even, I wouldn't really say I'm too crazy about. But when stuff like Stronger Than You and Do It For Her, yeah, that's great. Some excellent songs. And they're not alone. I like On the Run and Greg's songs, as I said before. And yeah, just a lot of the songs are great. And I'm hoping we see more great songs yet to come. It feels like it's been a while since the last really, really good one. I mean, that one with Peridot, it wasn't bad, but it didn't go on long enough. I want something a little bit more substantial, hopefully, in Season 3. Because, yeah, for a while it was like we were getting a great song every week with my reactions. Like, every 4 episodes, somewhere in there was a just brilliant song. But, yeah, on the most part I would say really, really impressed with the music. And the final question of this subcategory is from Zedpool1991, who asks, if I were a gym, what kind of gym would I be, and what would my weapon be? Well, obviously I would be a diamond. The ruling class, ruling over all the other gyms, because I'm just bigger and inherently superior to everyone. Yeah, probably not. Seriously though, I wouldn't be a ruby or a quartz, since I'm really not cut out for fighting, I don't think. And I don't think I'd be a pearl, since I'd make a lousy servant to just about anyone. I'm probably not a sapphire, since they seem to be, like, about fortune telling and mystic stuff, and that's not really my speed. I'm not sure we actually know what actual function in society is for lapis lazulis, but all we do know about them is that Peridot said that they like water and flying, and I'm not the best swimmer and only so-so with heights, so that's, yeah, probably not the best fit either. I'd probably be a Peridot. Technicians of the society, unless there are like creative types that we don't know about, which there probably aren't in Gym Society. That would be the best fit, I think. Because, yeah, I can do some technical stuff, and probably makes the most sense. As for weapon, well, I'm not really sure how gym weapons work, but the Peridot we know doesn't even have one, for all we've seen so far. So if she doesn't, I doubt I would have one either. Maybe I'd use the limb enhancers that she used before. Don't know if that's a common thing for Peridots or unique to her. If it is common, I guess I'd probably have them, though don't think I'd have anything else. So yeah. Moving on, the next brief subcategory is Avatar/Korra related questions. Starting with the favorite character question, which was asked by Alpha Hybrid, and also Book Lover, who asked for 3 characters for both Avatar and Korra. So yeah, top 3 for Avatar. Well, 1 is Katara, who I made clear multiple times was my favorite in that series during the reaction series. Just really love her character, think she's all kinds of awesome, and I love what they did with her entire arc, and progressing her from the start to where she was at the end, just being all badass with her waterbending. And yeah, she had some amazing episodes and was just always an enjoyable character. 2, I would say, would be Toph. I just really love what they did with Toph. I think she was a funny character who always brightened up whatever scene she was in, and really just added something to the group. I don't think maybe they had enough to do with her in the final season. I think she kind of faded from the spotlight a bit and wasn't as important, wasn't really the focus of as many episodes. But all the same, she was definitely worth having around through the whole thing, and just a great character. 3rd, well, I'm tempted to say Ty Lee, since I just really like her. But I think I would actually give it to Iroh, because, yeah, he's just so likable and has a lot of funny lines, and is also just all kinds of badass, and he is the guiding force that Zuko needs, and I think that was done really well, and I just always appreciated him. Great character. As for Korra, number 1 there would be Asami, who is just seriously badass, just seriously cool, seriously great character. Non-bender who just fights all kinds of awesome ways, and she has all her technical stuff, all the robots and planes and stuff that she operates, and it's all just really impressive, and she's just nice and pretty, and a great person, and I always just really liked her. 2, I would say, probably Varric. I just found him always highly amusing. Just a hilarious character, just great, enjoyable character, and yeah, I really like how in the 3rd season they actually gave him an arc. I mean, in season 2 he was just sort of this jokey character who was around and in sort of more comedic scenes, but in season 3 they actually developed him a bit more and had his whole character arc with Bolin, and I actually really liked that, and I liked seeing the resolution that he got in the end, and I thought it was all just really well handled. And for my 3rd favorite in Korra, I would go with Korra herself. I think she is a very enjoyable main character, which I know a lot of people don't like Korra that much. They think she's obnoxious in season 1 maybe, or just too smug in Season 2, and I kind of think that's the point. I think she's supposed to be that way, and I kind of like that she is a more flawed main character, because, I mean, Aang is kind of a bit boring to me, because he's just sort of this nice kid who, he kind of lacks confidence in the beginning, or courage even, but he is, for the most part, just always in the right, always doing the right thing, and just being a good person, and he doesn't really have that much in the way of major flaws. I mean, there are some things, but Korra, it's just more clearly rough around the edges, and she has so much more growing to obviously do. And seeing that happen, it's just really rewarding. And especially with the stuff that she went through in the final 2 books, yeah, that it got serious, and it was great. I mean, just the way that Book 4 opens with her, that was, yeah. So yeah, definitely really appreciate Korra. Think she's a great character. And the only other question in this subcategory is from Mac Attack, and it is Zutara or Zatang. Do you mean Katang there? Because I'm not really sure what Zatang is. Is that like the 3-way option? Because if so, not really up for that. But yeah, if it's Zuko or Aang for Katara, I would say Aang. I think because I watched Korra first, I never really even considered anything else seriously. I knew how it was going to end up, so I just went with it. And Katara and Aang, I think it worked. It was a fine relationship. I mean, nothing really special. I mean, pretty much from the first episode, it was there, and it just sort of built up, and it didn't feel too rushed or unnatural, and it worked. So, yeah, never really thought about the whole Zuko thing too much. Next subcategory is other shows and films. These are questions related to things I might watch that aren't things I reacted to, pretty much. Starting with the first question from Brian Cam. Am I a fan of Hasbro's other shows like Transformers and G.I. Joe? Not the shows, no. I did in my youth have G.I. Joes, the toys. I thought they were pretty cool. I would like to play with them. And I had some Transformers, not really a whole bunch. I liked them conceptually, but I just never really got any for whatever reason. I don't know. More into G.I. Joes and Ninja Turtle action figures. And also like Hot Wheels and stuff. But yeah, never really got into any of the cartoons for either Transformers or G.I. Joes. Even the really popular ones back in the day for Transformers, I saw none of them. And I certainly haven't seen any of the modern ones. Maybe they're excellent, maybe they're really worth watching, but never really looked into them. And I don't really think that I would be inclined to look into them just because they were made by Hasbro, as My Little Pony was, but I don't know, maybe they're good. And yeah, the only thing Transformers I have seen is the movies, the Michael Bay ones, and I hate those, as most people probably know by now since I've mentioned it a few times. But yeah, not really something I have much interest in, I would say. Next question is from Stringmaster003, and it is, do I watch any TV shows that aren't animated? Yeah, I do. Not very many, though. I'm not really a huge TV watcher. I generally like to read more than I do like to watch TV. Right now, the only thing series-wise that I'm following that is currently on is Preacher, which I started back when it came out, when it first started up. I caught on to the hype and sort of decided to check it out since it sounded kind of interesting. And it is pretty enjoyable. I mean, it does have some problems. It sort of feels like it's taking forever to get anywhere, but it has enjoyable characters and cool concepts, and is fairly amusing and just has a good mood of fun about it. And I haven't read any of the comics. I hear they're probably better, and yeah, I don't really know anything about that, but just going by what I've seen in the show, it's pretty enjoyable. It's not like the best thing ever, but it's pretty good. As for shows that I'm following that are off season right now, well, one would be Better Call Saul. I was a huge, I really enjoyed Breaking Bad, and definitely gonna keep watching the prequel to that, especially since it's about a character in Breaking Bad that I really, really liked, which is Saul Goodman there. And it's not as good as Breaking Bad. It's not nearly as compelling, really, because I mean it's about lawyer stuff as opposed to like drug dealing and whatnot. But yeah, it's still very well written and very entertaining overall, and definitely a show I enjoy. Another thing I follow would be Fargo, the series. Definitely had to check it out since it's inspired by a film that is one of my favorite films by one of my favorite directors, probably my favorite directors, the Coen brothers. Yeah, the series, I mean, the Coens aren't directly involved from my understanding, they're just producers, but it really does capture that same sort of feel that Fargo had, and it's brilliant, pretty much. The second season especially. I thought the first season was good, but then the second season was even better, and really compelling, and just great, well-written stuff, and definitely a series worth checking out. Really looking forward to season 3, though I think it's still a ways off. Yeah, that's actually about all that I'm following. I mean, I was following Penny Dreadful, but that recently ended, and it was a pretty good series. I do have a like for gothic horror, which is what it pulled its ideas from, and it was a good 3 seasons, though I mean it did kind of have a somewhat disappointing finale, I would say, of the season. The series finale wasn't really the best. Oh, and if there was anyone still wondering why Yellow Diamond's voice in Steven Universe was so familiar to me, despite me not really being the sort of person who would be immediately familiar with most of what Patti LuPone is known for, it's because she was in Penny Dreadful as a rather memorable recurring character. So yeah, the voice, it's pretty much the same voice too. So that was why that was immediately something that stood out to me, especially since at the time I was still watching Penny Dreadful. It hadn't yet ended. So yeah. As for other live-action TV, not really any series other than that. But I do watch like some other stuff. Like I watch a lot of Food Network, mostly just as I put it on for like background noise while I'm reading or playing something on my 3DS or something. Yeah, not much else. Next question is from Dean Ambrose, and it is, have I watched any of Whose Line Is It Anyway, whether it's the British version or the US version? I've seen some of the US version. I've seen like a few episodes, I think. Never really got too into it, but it seemed amusing enough. I like the concept and just the whole idea. I do like some improv every once in a while. Just never really something I intentionally watch. Maybe something I would flip to on occasion, just out of interest, and maybe watch it for a bit. Next question is from Kyrie Salford, and it is, am I a WWE fan? No. As a kid, I was a fan of the WWF. I watched a lot of wrestling in the days of Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage and all that. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. But I grew out of it pretty quickly and didn't really look back. Never really got into wrestling again. Though I did see at least one live match as a kid when I was into it. So I do have those memories at least. Next question is from Kyo Eclipse, and it is, do I have any obscure animes that I watch in my spare time? Not as much anymore. I don't really watch as much anime as I used to. For the past couple years, in fact, I haven't seen a whole lot of anything anime-wise. I used to watch a lot of anime, though, including lots of obscure stuff. Some of my favorite animes are kind of obscure. Nichijou for one. I mean, I don't think that even has an English dub. Great series, probably my favorite comedy anime, and there's it's not really too obscure since, I mean, it is by a very popular studio. But there are some more obscure things, I just probably can't think of them right now. So, yeah, moving on. Next question is from Micah Lehman, and it is, what animes have I watched? Well, I listed some favorites in the previous Q&A. Madoka Magica, Steins Gate, Psycho-Pass, Fate, all sorts of stuff like that, Lucky Star, K-On! And I've seen just several others too. I've seen tons of anime, like over 100 different series, and I've seen pretty much all the big popular ones back in the day: Bleach, Naruto, Full Metal Alchemist, Death Note, Code Geass, pretty much everything that was big. Haven't seen a lot of the more recent ones, but did see Attack on Titan, and yeah, just lots of other ones. Next question is from Brian Cam, and it is, if I were given a Geass, what do I think it would be? Well, don't think I would really want to be given a Geass, since they seem to have rather major consequences. Lucius actually seems to be one of the more safe ones, and it gets him in a lot of trouble. Wouldn't really be a good thing to have, though. I mean, I guess it'd be kind of cool for a while. Lucius, that'd be pretty cool, though. Not really sure what one that I would have. A more original one. Kind of hard to think of that. Because a Geass isn't just like a standard superpower. It has to be something relating to perception and mental stuff, and yeah, I have no idea what mine would be. So I think I'll just move to the next question. From Zootopia Fangirl number 1, and it is, have I seen the movie Zootopia? Nope, I haven't yet. I know it's a movie that a lot of people are crazy about at the moment, but still haven't seen it. With Disney stuff, it seems to take a while for me to see it most of the time. Maybe I'm like a year or two late to it. So I'm sure I'll see it eventually, but for now, haven't gotten to it. Next question is from Mr. Zilla and J. Redmond, and it is, what is my favorite movie? Well, it would be kind of hard for me to limit it to just one movie, so I'll list a bunch of favorites. For starters, I really like a lot of bad movies. I think I've said this before, probably in the first Q&A. Really love like The Room and Birdemic and like Ed Wood's movies. I think a really good bad movie, a really just hilariously awful one, can be far more enjoyable than a good movie in a lot of ways. So I really like those. As for movies that are meant to be good, those are meant to be good, but movies that are good, yeah, I like the Coen Brothers' work, as I was saying with Fargo. Big Lebowski, Fargo, Barton Fink, pretty much everything they've done. True Grit, No Country for Old Men, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, Miller's Crossing. Just pretty much, I've seen every single film that they've made, and rarely is anything less than great. There are some that are kind of but for the most part, they're just brilliant. Also, big on Tarantino, really like his stuff. Reservoir Dogs is probably my favorite. Really love that movie. Also like Pulp Fiction, obviously, pretty much everyone does. And yeah, most Tarantino stuff is all excellent. Don't dislike any of his films, and really love most of them. Also, do like me some Tim Burton, especially the early stuff. Modern stuff, kind of mostly more misses than hits, but like Pee-wee, Beetlejuice, Batman, and Ed Wood. That's my favorite Burton film. Really love that one. It's because, I mean, the subject matter is great, and it's also just hilarious, and really a great movie. Yeah, Stanley Kubrick, gotta love him. Definitely like, my favorite is probably A Clockwork Orange, but I also like The Shining, Full Metal Jacket, even like Eyes Wide Shut, I think is a great movie. Kind of a weird one, but yeah. And I do like some like more mainstream stuff. I really like the Lord of the Rings movies, especially Return of the King. Definitely the best of the three. And yeah, like The Dark Knight Rises, which I actually prefer, which not everyone does, but and yeah, some other stuff like that. I don't know, I could probably name tons of movies, but I think I'll just move on since that's probably quite a few. Next question is from Nero of Rome, and it is, what users do I like to watch that aren't pony related? I assume you mean other YouTube users. If that's the case, the answer here is Ashens. Stuart Ashen is just a highly entertaining man. So much charm and wit that he brings to his videos, and they're always great. They always make me laugh and smile, and are just really entertaining because it's stuff. I mean, it's a simple concept. He pretty much just talks about various things over a brown sofa, and you don't even see his face in most of his videos. But the stuff he talks about, it's always just interesting stuff that I've never seen before. Because, I mean, maybe people have seen this stuff before, but cheap food and expired food and knockoff electronics and weird toys that are from like cheap shops. It's always interesting and just weird and just entertaining to see some of these things. Maybe I'm just amused by strange things, but I get a kick out of it. Other YouTubers I'm a pretty big fan of would include Jack's Films. I think it's easy to get too much of Jack's personality, but he can also be really funny, really just amusing. I really like Your Grammar Sucks. It's a great series. Tends to make me laugh just because, yeah, I get a kick out of seeing the worst of the grammar on the internet. It's always great. I also do rather like epic rap battles of history, which I almost kind of feel like that's a guilty pleasure for me, since there is this part of me that sees it and thinks, this is kind of dumb, this is kind of embarrassing for everyone involved, but at the same time, I listen to it, and the songs end up pretty much always getting stuck in my head, and I end up watching the videos again, and I mean, the production values are really good. The costumes and the makeup, it always looks great, and they put a lot of work into it, so I probably shouldn't feel too much guilt in liking it, but I kind of do. And there are others. I used to be really into Channel Awesome and all their producers, and I don't really watch as many anymore. Don't even watch The Nostalgia Critic, but there are a few I still follow, including Todd in the Shadows and Linkara, and I like their stuff a lot. And there are other assorted YouTube users here and there, and that aren't pony related, though can't really think of too many at the moment. So, yeah, next question. And it's the final question of this subcategory from Daniel Metcall, and it is, have I heard of Bitter Strike Cartoons? The answer there is no, I have not heard of them. I really have no idea who they are. Next subcategory is gaming. These are all video game related questions, starting with the big one from Zachary Breckwald, Caden Clock 39, Raven Kaito, Lasse S. Jorgensen, Dimitri Geed, and Rustic Studios. And the question is Undertale. Yeah, what are my thoughts on it, and do I intend to play it? I haven't played Undertale. I know a little bit. I know a little bit about it. I know a lot of people who are really into it and just talk about it a lot and are obsessed with it. And it seems to get a lot of hype. Lots of people saying it's the best thing ever. And honestly, that really has a tendency to put me off of something. I'm very susceptible to hype backlash. When something gets really, really hyped, I just sort of want to just sort of look away from it. And I think I'm feeling that with Undertale, especially given how people seem to talk about it. It just sort of gives me the impression that it's this gaming equivalent of like a really smug hipster just overly impressed with their own cleverness, and I'm sure that's a gross mischaracterization. I'm sure I probably like the game, but for now, there's just something kind of off-putting about the whole idea of it, and I don't know. Maybe I should give it a try, and if I ever do give it a try, I will make a Let's Play of it, but at the moment, I kind of have this hesitance to do so. Because, I mean, it does just sort of feel like I'd just be jumping on a trend and playing something because people want me to, because it's popular at the moment. And I don't know, maybe if it sticks around and is just as popular like a year or two from now, I'll play it then. But at the moment, it just seems like I'd be jumping on a bandwagon, and I'm kind of reluctant to do so. Next question is from Raven Kaito, and it is, have I played Odin Sphere? If not, he recommends that I play the new remastered version, Leifthur, which came out earlier this year. No, I never did play Odin Sphere. I think it came out too late into the PS2's life cycle, and I was already then focused on PS3 games, so I just never got around to it. I did eventually play other Vanillaware titles, Muramasa for Wii, and then Dragon's Crown on my Vita, and loved both of those. So I do have a real interest in Odin Sphere, and in fact I have a copy of the new release, the Leifthur, which you can see right here. I have this, and I intend to play it. I haven't gotten to it yet, though. I think I may try and stream it. I don't know if the game can be streamed. Last time I wanted to stream a game, the share functions were disabled on PS4. If this one can be streamed, I may do that. I may play Odin Sphere as a stream. So, yeah, if that interests you, look forward to that coming up, maybe. Unless you do know that it can't be streamed, unless, in that case, just ignore all this. And maybe tell me, so that I can be let down softly. Next question comes from the Hero Gamer 12, and it is, have I ever played Final Fantasy X? Definitely. I've played Final Fantasy X more than once, like 2 or 3 times, all the way through, and it's a great game. I really like it. It's not my favorite in the series. I'm definitely a Final Fantasy VI person, probably my favorite overall is Final Fantasy Tactics, but of the numbered entries, 6 is my favorite. 10 is up there, though. It's a really good one. I like how it has a more modern presentation in terms of graphics and everything, but it still is recognizable in terms of gameplay. It still has that Final Fantasy feel in terms of the battle system and turn-based, and it doesn't really try and change too much too far, which a lot of the later games tended to do. Though I did like Final Fantasy 13. I mean, not everyone does, but I was pleased with it. Then we look at Final Fantasy 15, and I can't work up any interest in that at all, so I don't know. 10 was good, though. 10 was a very solid entry in the series. Probably my third favorite of the numbered entries. I don't know. It's in the top 5 at least. Next question comes from Gentsby Gaming GOTF, and it is, do I have an Xbox 360, and if so, what is my gamer tag? I do not have an Xbox 360. I have a PS4. I've never actually had any Xbox systems because I don't really like Microsoft much. Never had an Xbox or Xbox One, Xbox 360, anything. So yeah, no gamer tag here. Next question comes from RL Sora, and it is, have I ever played Kingdom Hearts, and am I ready for 3 to come out? No, I've never played Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts came out when I was a teenager, and at that time, the idea of combining Disney and like Final Fantasy stuff, it was pretty repellent to me. I just thought it was a lame concept and didn't want anything to do with it, so I ignored it and probably derided it because I was kind of stupid. So yeah, never played it, never touched it, and never really worked up too much of an interest in it. Maybe it's great, a lot of people seem to love it, but I never got into it. Next question is from Deltoid Dragon Nova, and it is, have I ever played Super Mario Bros? Definitely. I played a lot of Mario growing up. I mean, some of my earliest gaming memories, probably the first games I ever played were the first 3 Mario Brothers on NES, which, yeah, I have very fond memories, especially of the third one. and then, yeah, Super Mario World on SNES, and so many other Mario games. Mario 64, pretty much all the major ones. I played at least a little bit. I don't really play Mario as much anymore. Don't really play as much Nintendo games, period, anymore, unless you count Fire Emblem. But, yeah, I do have a lot of good memories of Mario. And the final gaming question is from Kyo Eclipse, and it is, what is my favorite Pokemon? Jigglypuff. Probably a strange answer, but it's the truth. I really, really love Jigglypuff. I had a plush when I was young, and I just thought it was really cute. It's just a really cute thing. It's meant to be cute, and it is. And I mean, it's not really the best Pokemon in the game, but that's not as important as the character. And I mean, in the anime, the Jigglypuff was always pretty amusing too. So that's another reason to like it. And yeah, just really like Jigglypuff, and I like playing Jigglypuff in Smash Brothers. Just beating people with Jigglypuff is the best thing ever. So, yeah. Next subcategory is music, starting with the first question from Another Gaze, and it is, what is my favorite genre of music, or genres? Well, yeah, I'm definitely mostly into rock, especially classic rock, and all sorts of varieties of it too, like post-punk, new wave, folk rock, 60s stuff, just all sorts of stuff. And as far as modern stuff goes, mostly it's indie rock that I like, and I also do like country, especially classic country and alt country, and I don't have problems with most music. There's usually something in each genre that I like. There is rap I like. There is like pop I like. Though, yeah, for the most part, rock is what resonates with me the most. Next question comes from History Brony, and it is, what are my favorite Michael Jackson, Queen, David Bowie, and Beatles songs? Well, with MJ, I would probably say Smooth Criminal. I just think it's such a cool sounding song. Definitely where his effortless cool was at its highest, I think. And it's just a great song to listen to. Queen, I kind of hate myself for saying it, since it's probably the most obvious answer to this question for pretty much anyone, even someone who doesn't know Queen at all. But I think it has to be Bohemian Rhapsody, just because it is just this overwhelmingly impressive suite of a song that is pretty impeccable. Can't really fault it, and it's great. So gotta give credit where it's due, I think. David Bowie, can I just name the entirety of the Ziggy Stardust album? Because, yeah, that's all perfect and just really great music. If I had to pick a song from it, a specific song from it, maybe Moon Age Daydream or Starman or the song Ziggy Stardust. Really, there are so many great songs on that album, though. It's hard to pick just one. As for the Beatles, that's even harder. That's a tall order, having to name my favorite Beatles songs. So many great songs there. Tempted to say I Am the Walrus, since it's kind of a song that has just a lot of fond memories attached to it for me. But it's also just kind of a silly answer, and probably it's hard for me to say it's actually their best song. Probably my favorite would be Well, My Guitar Gently Sleeps. I know it's a Harrison song, so probably an odd choice for favorite. But I just really like the sound of it, the melody, and the guitar on it, and I think it's a beautiful, beautiful song. And there are lots of other great ones. Eleanor Rigby, Norwegian Wood, just so many. A Day in the Life, just so many great songs that, yeah, it would probably change by the day which is my favorite. Next question is from History Brony, and it is favorite singer/band. Well, I think I named some artists in the previous Q&A. I believe I did anyway. But I don't think I settled on a specific favorite. And, well, yeah, I can do that pretty easily, I think, for bands at least. My favorite band is The Replacements. Really, really love them. Great band, and yeah, that's what the brief intro riff at the start of all my videos is from one of their songs, and yeah, also one of the 2 PMVs I made used a Replacement song, so I'm sure a lot of people already suspect that. As for favorite singer, well, that depends. You mean just favorite singer in terms of voice quality? Because then I really don't know. But if you mean just favorite solo act, that's still pretty difficult. Tom Waits, Leonard Cohen, Bob Dylan, not really sure. And the final music question from Starblaze: do I like Vocaloid? Yeah, I like Vocaloid. I'm not like super into it. I don't like know a ton of Vocaloid songs by heart. I actually don't know any really, but I really like the concept of synthetic voices and just the whole idea of it. I like the characters associated with it. I think they're pretty cute, and yeah, the songs I've heard, most of them have been pretty good. I mean, I don't really know them by like at all, but they sound good. They sound catchy and fun. It's not really the sort of thing I would listen to just when I want to listen to music, but I appreciate it and think it's pretty cool. And finally, we have the final category, which isn't going to have any subcategories. I'm just going to go through it. This is assorted stuff, pretty much everything left over. Mostly it's going to be personal questions and really stupid nonsense questions. Starting with the first one from Sisson, which is, how old am I? I'm 29, which, yeah, I know that's older than a lot of fans. Though, I mean, there are some who are older than me, even. I know there are even other reactors who are in their 30s, which is kind of a relief. I'm not the oldest person doing this, but I still feel pretty old sometimes. Yeah, can't believe I only have 1 year of my 20s left. That's kind of a bit intimidating, but what can you do? Next question is from Tristan Gamer /Roblox, and it is, when is my birthday? June 3rd, so yeah, just had one last month. The next 2 questions are from Dr. Jester and Bullet Wave respectively, and are, what country am I from, and what country do I live in? Well, the answer to both is the same, the United States of America. Never been anywhere else. Was born here and lived here my entire life. Next question is from Goldglee Gamer 1, and it is, if I could travel to any foreign country in the world, where would I go? Well, I'd pretty much like to go anywhere, since, as I said, I've never been anywhere, but if I had to pick one country, it's probably a cliche answer, but I would go with Japan. I just have an interest in the culture from anime and video games and all that, and I also have an interest in the food. Japanese food is probably one of my favorite cuisines, and I really love the stuff, and I'd like to eat the authentic, just have that authentic experience with the food and with everything, really. I mean, it's just a culture that appeals to me, so I'd like to see all that firsthand. Next question is from Venom Gaming, and it is, if I had a chance to visit Chernobyl, Ukraine, would I visit it, and why or why not? Well, I would have to know how safe it is. I mean, if they can convince me that I'm not going to get cancer just by going there, then maybe I could go. It'd probably be a pretty interesting sight to see that. To see what happened after that kind of disaster and see what it left behind. That could be kind of pretty interesting. So, I mean, if there is a risk, then no, I don't want to go there. I don't want to get like some kind of radioactive thing going and all that. That would just not be good. Next question comes from Lasse Jorgensen, and it is, what is my favorite Scandinavian country? Well, I've never been to any of them, so I can't really speak from any kind of experience, so it's all just by what is the association they have in my head. And in that regard, Norway probably wins, because Sweden, it's meatballs and IKEA. Finland, it's like saunas, I guess. Denmark, well, it kind of just seems like an extension of Germany, and I guess that's okay. But Norway I mostly associate with like Norse mythology and Vikings and stuff, and that's just a lot more badass. I mean, I know the Vikings were all over Scandinavia, so it wasn't just there, but I just have the strongest association with that in Norway, so that just makes it seem cooler to me. I'm sure I'd probably love to visit any of them, and they'd all be probably pretty awesome. So, yeah. Next question comes from Pride of Mace, and it is, how tall am I? I'm about 6 foot tall. Next question comes from Pride of Mace, Phase X Pone 3, Somebody Ring the Dinkster, and Darkest Hour, and it is, what do I do for work? And Darkest Hour also adds, what is my dream job? Well, my current job, I don't really have a traditional job exactly. I don't have like a day job. I do freelancing, mostly copywriting, which is just like writing up bland articles for websites and stuff, and it's really dull, but it's easy, and I have all the freedom to just do whatever I want work-wise. Doesn't really pay very well, but it's something, and it's something I can do from home and don't really have to go through work, because I would be a terrible employee. I mean, I've tried to work at more standard jobs before, and I really don't have a high work ethic. I mean, even in school, I was always someone who specifically liked to see how much of the homework I could avoid doing in lieu of just trying to do good on the test. Because, I mean, I was a pretty smart kid, I learned well, but I just didn't want to do the work, so I just mostly avoided doing it and focused on, just trying to pass with as little effort as I could. As for dream job, I would like to transition from doing these bland articles and stuff and doing all this copywriting into actually doing fiction, writing my own short stories and novels and stuff like that. I'd love to do that, and I'm hoping to make that transition actually coming up. I'm hoping to actually start selling some short stories to like whatever markets I can find, and just making that a reality. I would also, another dream job would be to make money off YouTube. I mean, I don't know if I could ever get to that point, but to make a career out of YouTube, that would be pretty cool, because it's fun, and that's what I need. I need a job that's actually fun for me, that I actually enjoy doing, because I don't think I'm going to make it on anything else. Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Next question is from Nero of Rome, and it is, have I considered becoming a lawyer? No, I've never in my life considered becoming a lawyer, because I wouldn't make it. That takes so much work. That takes so much effort to actually make it as a lawyer. Only way I could become a lawyer is if I took all the shortcuts, Jimmy McGill style, and just sort of half-assed it and did all that. And that's not really in my personality, so yeah, not gonna do that. I mean, it's a fascinating job, I think. The law, it's interesting, but not for me. Next question is from Casper Sorensen, and it is, what is my hobby / what do I do for fun? Well, I have a pretty cool hobby. I run a YouTube channel and react to videos for it and post them online, and people actually watch them for some reason. And it's pretty fun. I see a lot of cool stuff, and I get to share that experience with others, and it's all pretty awesome. But yeah, I also read, do a lot of reading, trying to, especially these days, try to read a lot of short stories, since that's what I'm looking to really get into career-wise. But I also play video games sometimes when I get around to it. I mean, been a lot this year since I spent like months playing Fire Emblem Fates, and that pretty much covers it. Pretty much for the channel, reading, and the occasional video game. That's pretty much all my free time. Next question is from Darkest Hour, and it is, in the land before G4 Ponies, what did I watch and or invest my free time in? Well, I don't think my free time was invested that differently. The biggest change was that there was a lot more anime. I really watched a ton of anime before Pony came around. And even in the first couple of years, I was still watching a fair amount of anime, but I've kind of fallen off that to some extent now, don't watch nearly as much, and I think Pony sort of took over to some extent, and became the more dominant thing. Especially once I started the channel, it really started to dominate a lot of time, since it does take a fair amount of time to run this thing. But yeah, that's the biggest change. Next question is from Darkest Hour, and it is, have I ever dabbled in animation, traditional or otherwise? And if not, would I want to? I've never dabbled in animation, and I think I would have an interest in trying it, though I'm not sure how good I'd be at it, since I can't draw at all. I can't do any sort of drawing, completely suck at it, which makes me think that probably I'd be best off maybe trying SFM. Maybe I'd be able to do that with like working with the models that they have and just sort of moving them and doing all that. The problem is that I'm on Linux and there isn't a SFM for Linux, so I haven't really had an opportunity. I mean, I've thought about it, but it would be a trouble to actually get SFM running on any computer that I own. So yeah, if there ever is a SFM for Linux, I'll probably give it a try. Next question is from Presidente, and it is, what distro do I use? Ubuntu, the latest version, whatever it's called. They all have silly names, forget what it is. Pretty much the only distro I've ever really had any experience with. It's the most popular, I think. Maybe something else has surpassed it, but it was the most popular when I started using Linux, and I'm fine with it, so I haven't really seen any compelling reason to change yet. It works really well for me. Next question is from Maxwell Swanson, and it is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would I rate Apple? About a 7. I was a Mac user for like 6 years before I switched to Linux, and through that time, I was pretty satisfied. My MacBook, I liked the thing. It was a pretty good computer. It lasted me a fair while, and I think it did kind of start to age pretty quickly once I got it, which was kind of a problem. And there were certain things that weren't so great about it, but it was a sleek thing, and I would say that actually Mac OS X is probably my favorite operating system I've ever used. It was really just effortless and very well designed user interface, and really just pretty great. Definitely beats the hell out of any kind of Windows I've ever used. Yeah, I would say it's more comfortable than Linux, though I have gotten used to Linux at this point. But yeah, there were problems. Some stuff seemed poorly designed, like the adapters that the MacBook had. They always would break on me, and that ended up costing quite a bit of money. I also did have an iPad at one point, which it seemed kind of like a limited device in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways it worked pretty well. It was kind of cool. It was good for watching videos, but it was so closed off, and then eventually it died just suddenly, and there wasn't anything I could do to save it. And I switched to a Android tablet after that, and I enjoy that a lot more. So yeah, at this point I'm probably Linux and Android for my tastes over Apple, though I would still say I would rank Apple ahead of anything I've done with Windows or Microsoft. So yeah, Apple's okay. Probably not worth the price, though. Next question is from Cookie Lover, That One Idiot, and Assassin 101 Plays, and it is, am I married or do I have a girlfriend? No and no. I'm honestly not really looking very hard at the moment. So I don't think I have very much to offer to anyone at this particular moment in my life. Things aren't quite there yet in terms of having things together. I don't think I really have too much to give, so it's probably best I hold off on that. Though eventually I would like to find someone, maybe, if I could. Let's see. Next question is from Rabubaboo, and it is, do I like guinea pigs? Yeah, I do. I had some pet guinea pigs. I don't have any pets anymore, and rarely in my life have I ever had pets, but when I was small I did have some pet guinea pigs, and I was pretty fond of them. I liked watching them and doing all that, and I didn't have them very long because after just like a year or so, something got into the cage and like killed them all, like a possum or something. But yeah, while I had them, it was nice, and because of that, I do have a positive association with guinea pigs. Next question is from Mafiu, and it is, what year did I graduate high school? 2005. Next question is from Mafiu, and it is, can I drive a stick shift? No, I cannot. I've tried to learn how to drive one before, but I learned initially on an automatic, and the transition was just too jarring for me. I would just keep stalling, and that just led to endless frustration, and eventually I just gave up and concluded I'd just stick to automatic for the rest of my life. I mean, it seems like it's just easier. I mean, maybe I could learn it if I tried hard enough. I probably could, but don't really see the point of the effort at this point in my life. Next question is also from Mafiu, and it is, what is my religion/philosophy/set of values? Well, I would say that I'm agnostic, not atheist, since I do think that there is a possibility that there's something more to this life, spiritually and all that, but I think that if there is, then there's really no way of us, just by its nature, understanding it. So I don't really put much stock in any of the major religions or anything like that. And I do believe in being a moral person, even if I don't really hold to anything that's said by any religion. I think that we should just be good to others because it's the right thing to do, and there's really no reason to be a jerk to everyone. It's just easier if we try and get along. Next question is from Phoenix, and it is, what do I think of Trump? So religion and politics, that's what you guys want me to talk about. Well, yeah, I don't like Trump at all. I think he's kind of a joke. And, yeah. Actually, literally, I thought he was a joke. Early on in the process, before it had really gone on too long, when my dad told me that Donald Trump was the leading candidate for the Republican Party, I thought he was actually joking me. And I was like, funny, Dad, who is the real candidate? And, yeah. No, that's where we went. And, I was watching the primary process. That was crazy. Just that the Republican Party could not find anyone better than this clown. That no one managed to take him down or surpass him. That's just mind-boggling. And I mean, I guess the Democratic Party isn't much better in that regard, since they had this candidate that everyone seemed to like, everyone seemed to think he was the best thing ever, and then somehow they didn't manage to beat this completely unlikable and just career politician, Hillary Clinton, and that's what we ended up with. It's kind of scary and just kind of weird, and I don't really know this election, man. It's Clinton versus Trump. That's... Politics is weird. Personally, I don't think I could vote for either of them. I don't like either of them at all, and I definitely am not voting for Trump just since he's like morally objectionable, and Clinton's completely unlikable, and just also not very trustworthy seeming, and yeah, I'm probably gonna vote for Gary Johnson. Just because I do like to vote, and he seems the best, though, I mean, he doesn't have much of a chance since third party and all. But yeah, as for the outlook for Trump, I do actually kind of think that he might win, which is kind of the scary thing, but his strategy seems to be playing off of people's fears, and that's actually surprisingly effective, I think. So... and he seems more rallied, because, I mean, he got by just by the excitement of his base of supporters, and Hillary Clinton, on the other hand, seemed to get by in spite of the excitement on in the base of the supporters of her opponent. So that kind of sort of says something, I think. I think there is more excitement for the people who like Trump than the people who are on Hillary's side, since I don't know if even most of them like her. But I guess we'll see. It could go either way, I think. Next question is from Navik Darkroom, and it is, do I like bananas? Well, I know you're trying to invoke that video from the early fandom days, that the bananas thing with Celestia, which was kind of memed all over the place, but I kind of hate that video, so I'm just gonna answer this as a serious question, which the answer would be no. I don't really like bananas at all. I think they're kind of gross. Just saccharine sweet and kind of unpleasant, and the texture is just kind of mushy, and I don't like the smell of them either. It's just a fruit that I don't really like at all. Next question is from Nero of Rome, and it is, do I like waffles, pancakes, and French toast? Yep, I like all three. They're all pretty tasty to me. I probably like waffles the best, because, I mean, there's the most texture there, kind of crispy, and they hold the syrup well. Pancakes are good too, though. I really like me a good stack of pancakes. French toast is probably the least of the three for me, though it's still good. It's still tasty stuff. Next question is from Andrew McClintock, and it is, what is my favorite drink? Well, I don't actually drink alcohol, if that's what you're expecting. Nothing against anyone who does, but I just don't really tend to go for it. I like soft drinks, Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, ginger ale mostly. Also fruit juice, especially fresh fruit juice. That's really good to me. And it's not just sweet stuff that I like. I also like a good cup of coffee. And yeah, just whatever, really. Next question is from Eduardo Mexicano, and it is, what is my opinion on water? Well, I don't really like to drink it, going back to the next question, since it just feels so worthless to me, kinda. I mean, if I'm really thirsty, I'll like drink some water from a fountain or something, but generally I prefer something with flavor to it. Just in general, yeah, water is great. It's like covers most of the planet, and it's pretty awesome, does all these great things. It's the source of life, and it's just vital to everything. And waterbenders are the best, so there. Next question is from Straight Edge Brony, and it is, do I like audiobooks? Sometimes, though generally I prefer to read books at my own pace. So I don't really go for audiobooks most of the time. I mean, in concept they're okay, and sometimes they're narrated very well and are pretty enjoyable. So yeah, sometimes I'll go for it, but generally not. Next question is from Andrew McClintock, and it is, what is my worst public bathroom experience? Well, pretty much any time you use a public bathroom isn't exactly pleasant. I mean, some are okay, some are actually clean, but generally not something you want to do. I can't think of anything too memorably awful, actually. I mean, there probably were, especially in my young childhood days, because, yeah, there surely is gonna be, but I think I try and successfully do block out the worst of those memories, so don't think I actually have anything to share there. The next question is from Paintbrush Productions, and it is, what is the meaning of life? The ability to grow, change, etc. that separates plants and animals from things like water or rocks. The period of time when a person is alive, the experience of being alive. And yes, that is from the dictionary. Next question is from Jahad Jaledo, and it is, why did the Japanese kamikaze pilots wear helmets? Well, it's not going to do them much good when they crash, but there's a whole flight between that moment and when they take off, so I guess it's to protect them during that, maybe from the pressure and stuff. I mean, if you black out before you crash, that's no good. Gotta be protected from the elements and whatnot, I think. I mean, I don't know. Next question is from Feathered Cake Batter, and it is, what was the last picture that I took with my phone? Well, I actually don't have a smartphone. I have an old flip phone, which I use pretty much just for calls, and anything else, I pretty much just use my tablet. So, yeah, because of that, the phone I do have, the camera on it is pretty much useless, so I don't think I've ever taken a picture with it. Never. Just never. So, yeah, no real answer to that. Next question is also from Feathered Cake Batter, and it is, where were I 3 hours ago, and do I think that someone was stalking me? I was sleeping, and I certainly hope not, because, yeah, that would be weird if someone was stalking me while I was sleeping. That would definitely be cause for concern. And one more question from Feathered Cake Batter, and that is, who would I most like to be stuck in an elevator with? An elevator repair person. Let's just go with that. Next question is from you2, and it is, what is your favorite or least favorite word? I don't really have very strong word biases. I don't know. What a weird question. Next question is also from you2, and it is, what question do I hate to answer? I don't know. I don't think I really hate to answer anything, but some questions I don't have good answers for, including this one. Next question is from Book Lover, and it is, are there too many questions? Yes, very much yes. This video has been going on for hours, and I'm kind of hoping I can wrap it up pretty soon. Next question is from Jordan Carter, and it is, have I gone outside? Nope, never. Next question is from Beautiful Celestine Face, and it is, do I have any real friends in real life? What's real life? Next question is from Seb Marcus, and it is, have I ever tried to kill someone with a forklift? And, yeah, the answer there is no, though I really appreciate the MST3K reference regardless. Thank you for that. Next question is from Slaya Network, who says that he will swallow my soul. How do I feel about that? Somewhat concerned, I would say. I don't know. I've never had my soul swallowed before. That sounds kind of painful, I think. I don't know. Yeah. Next question is from Andrew McClintock, and it is, what college of awesomeness did I get my degree from, or have I just been this epic since birth? Thank you, man. That's really cool of you to say. Really, really nice thing to say. I don't know. I guess I come by it naturally. Next question is from Ivano Cuella, and it is, can I say his name? No. Next question is from Carousel Scratch Girl, and it is, do I think Senpai will notice her? Maybe? I mean, it depends. Sometimes you gotta make Senpai notice you. So, yeah, hopefully you're in luck. Next question is from Prudence the Apprentice, and it is, am I Illuminati? Of course. What else did you think the 777 was for? Next question is from Secret Sly, and it is, will I eat the poo-poo? Wow, that's a pretty old reference. I mean, isn't that viral video from like 5 or 6 years ago now? But yeah, the answer is no. Next question is from Little Ryoko Matoi, and it is, how big is my penis? Next question is from Thomas Young Horse, and it is, if he asked me to make a porn, would that answer be the same as this one? What? Next question is from Mephley's Rider, and it is chaos truly the only true answer? And who do I pledge my soul to? Sneech, Nurgle, Slanish, or Korn? Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Thorn. And the final question comes from Copper Gears, and it is, when the Chrome Grandfather Clock is submerged in the green and blue checkered holy water, would the Stegosaurus with DeVito's face cross the road before or after the devil's favorite chicken-flavored chicken? 43. And that about does it, I think. This video has gone on long enough, so I'll spare you any kind of long, overblown outro or anything. If you watched all of this, thank you, I guess. I mean, lots to sit through here, and I hope you enjoyed it for what it was, and yeah. I hope you continue to enjoy and support my channel, and thank you for helping me reach 20,000 subs. See you in the next one.